heard on the internet. Seems like that's good. And then we'll put up announcement. We're going live once again. The Dragon Coast. Ah, this game. Someone asked, "What am I gonna do after?"
Rest.
That's been a while since I've heard that. Been a long while.
So many years since you've heard about what comes after.
Yeah, so what's next? So many things that are next.
I was gonna say our home game is ending soon too, so 2 4E campaigns out the window is gonna be.
That'll be two
Then you can,
dual wielding 1 to 30.
then you can finally put 4th edition, your beloved, to rest for the end of
No,
time.
never.
Never. See, that's the thing. I don't think I will. Probably not gonna be the next thing, but I'm gonna play it again. Which says, I think to some degree it might be nostalgia, right? But it's my version of D&D.
It can't be nostalgia while concurrently running like these two campaigns.
That's true. No, I just like it. It's crunchy. It's got a lot of tactical depth, and you know what? It's fun. It's fun to run the monsters, and having DM'd 5th edition, it's something I find lacking there. The monsters are not particularly fun to run. They all just have one thing that they do. That's it. Players have fun.
They also more or less have one thing they had to do.
And 3.5 Pathfinder is... It's a whole thing. I think I'm done with that one. Yeah, don't you ever think back or anything? You're like, wow, 2nd edition. Huh.
No. I've got an internet friend who really enjoys it and runs a Spelljammer campaign that he broadcasts. And I know a number of other folks that swear by it, but I'm not nostalgic for 2E. And I'm certainly not nostalgic for 3.5. I streamed about 8-9 hours of the Temple of Elemental Evil just this past month, which I'd not played before, but a viewer had requested it years back. And it was like, nah, I'm good. I don't need to. I'm fine. We're good.
Yeah, I keep wanting to play it, and then I look and I create characters, and I'm like, ah.
Full cleric party, right?
It wasn't going to be my thing going into it, I knew, just due to how I feel about, I'd rather just play a group role-playing game than a video game that simulates a group role-playing game. But, that, and I was like, oh yeah, this 3.5 thing. Oh yeah, cool. Somewhere along the way I remembered, oh yeah, I can turn undead. And then, a little bit further along the way I remember, oh yeah, the cleave feat. Yeah, just give that to my barbarian. Good.
Yeah, and then, never pick any spellcaster, because in low levels they're absolutely fucking useless.
Alright, you don't understand. 3rd edition. I think it's time for you to do a recap now. That's the blasphemy you just spoke. Wash your mouth out with soap.
Level 1, Acid Arrow. Okay, now, it's crossbow time.
Level 1 characters don't get Acid Arrow. Do your recap, Harry.
I don't know. I remember trying to be a sorcerer because they sounded really cool, and then I shot a light crossbow. I was like, great. This is what I dreamt of.
What do you think, oh, you're just too spoiled by 4th edition, so you just have your at-wills.
I hadn't played 4th edition, but yes, that was probably what I had in mind,
3.5 martial characters exist to get the wizard to level 6.
Yeah.
But
I can see that.
Let's
All right, recap time.
The thing instead of 3.5e.
admittedly, what I know most about those was the art, because I did not read English back then very well. So every time they reuse the art now, I'm like, wait, that's from 3.5. Anyway, all right. Last time on the Dress of the Dragon Coast, Emmy goes hunting for aberrants to use in her plans to disrupt the ritual. This takes some time, diving down there using her established anti-aberrant troops. Meanwhile, Vesicatrix is still a god jail. Yeah, still sucks. Manchun sets up shop in the newly claimed Sempia and starts to, use his influence and his experience in driving the Black Network in this new region. The company, the Enterprise, the area will be known as the Final Tally. They have a new banner, and as they have established themselves in Sempia, the fleet goes to capture the Pirate Isles, which they do narrowly and with the help of the ally of Cormir, who sees the chance to eradicate piracy from the near future, having the trade agreement with Westgate and the Final Tally, and now also having destroyed the Pirate Isles. After this campaign, we switch back to Emmy. She has caught all the aberrants, and she starts feeding them to the magic statue. What will it do? Who knows? In the ritual chamber, now the before silvery walls with just seemingly sometimes, rarely, you'd see a face trying to break through. Now they're weird Elithoid faces and other horrors, and they're eating the other people in there. I'm sure it doesn't mean anything bad. Vesicatrix finally appears where she was before the reckoning, and after getting status reports from her troops, she seeks out Emmy and gets the newest scoop, and is horrified about the new additions to the ritual and about Nova Kreese having moved into the ritual chamber while she was gone. The decoration, atrocious. Vesicatrix, after some time, concludes that since the aberrants don't have souls, their consciousness has been probably linked in there, and the contents of their brain. So, yeah, they're just trying to consume the other souls and form into a bigger consciousness. I'm sure it was nothing bad. Emissary sets up a meeting with Tolraxus, who she is, of course, now the ruler of, and he has changed a lot. He doesn't really have feelings anymore after having gone through the winter phase, pain is good phase. Emmy updates him of their siblings and this other dragon, Vesicatrix, and he decides to lair where the giants used the... Oh, what were they even called? The cloud giants used to live. It's like sky giants? No? Yes. She sends she sends a sending to Velignif, and he promptly answers that he will come back maybe, presumably, he'll help with the fight against the Death King, and he also has a proposal for the dragons. But he didn't say what it was, so yeah, what could it be? We don't know, and that's it.
Hey, what happened? What happened with your Orb of Storms?
Oh, right. The Sigurd tried to find her Orb of Storms, and it's at the bottom of the sea. Which makes it really hard to locate, even though she can scry on it, because it's... Oh, look, there's a sea anemone, and there's some seaweed, and it's really dark. She'll find it eventually.
Right, I scried through the orb. Pitch black. Well, shit.
Yeah. Oh, there was a fish. Great. Can you just be there, please? You just... Yeah, no, it's not great, but it shall be mine. Eventually, hopefully.
Yeah. All right. Last time we completed a couple of goals, and so we're left now just with the one of motivate Cormyr to go against the Death King, which I feel has also been. I mean, you know, it's sort of really set up well. I think once the trigger goes on that one, you know, once they go against the Death King, we sort of have confirmation that that's the end of that.
Suddenly, especially after like the talks that they had with the Emerald, like with Emmy about like working together, you know, it seems right there.
Yeah.
A new endeavor.
All right, I didn't know for certain whether I derailed the ritual yet. I'm glad. I'm glad that happened.
It's happening.
Oh yeah.
It's you know, it's something that you know I sat down hard. I think so. What you know, in favor of, let me dig up this obscure lore about what would happen if you do something like this. Turns out it's fairly unprecedented, which is rare in the realms. So
you know, that's what I always say. Grimace, you know, he thinks in new ways.
Yeah,
innovation.
You know, so you know, we'll see how that turns out. But in the long, like things are happening. So in the long term, it's off the rails.
Yeah, great. As for our goals, Ari, like, what are we actually working towards? Like,
kill the Death King. Well,
I you know, like, if there is going to be a thing that we're working towards in the next couple of sessions, like, I put my brain to it, like, what the fuck are we doing? And it seems like we're gonna try and discorporate him. And we have an idea on how we might do that. So yeah, I guess that's what it is. Destroy Gregarin.
Yeah.
The Undead Stone Giant.
Yeah, that's...
I was thinking of it too. Like any other thing I'm gonna do is research the ritual to try and destroy the Death King. Like
we don't, like we're not even gonna like bring Yaffle to the fucking ritual site, are we? Like that's not our goal. Like, our goal is
today?
To fucking...
No.
Well, you know, it's a possibility. Like we bring her to your lair and we use that portal and we throw her ass at the fucking ritual. We're done.
No, we gotta take care of the Death King first.
Okay.
Before so the ritual and end scene. I mean.
I think that'd make for a great free-for-all where everyone just fucking shows up. Like,
I guess he showed up too. Like, oh my god, you're stealing my power, bitch. Like, oh, great. The Immortal Lich, that's what I need on top.
Yeah, alright.
That's what the encounter needed.
This is a hard goal. Destroy Gregarin, the Stone Giant Lich. It's pretty... We know when it's done. It's when he doesn't come back. You know, he's opposed vehemently to this goal.
Yeah, he feels opposed to it.
As are his undead servant hordes. So
I feel like they don't really have a choice there. So
significant opposition.
All right, a separate goal, which is different enough that it could be completed without pursuit of the Undead Stone Giant, is to remove from his service the wizards, like the specters, the ghosts, the wraiths that Yaffle had entombed at the ritual site.
We should have those.
No, I was just thinking about like sending them to their final rest. See, this is you thinking us thinking in different ways. You're like, yes, I want wizards to serve me, and I'm like, No, I want them to go
Look,
away.
They,
I thought you were the one who wanted wizards to go away. What the hell happened
I
here?
definitely do, but if I can control them and tell them to tell me everything so that I can understand the ritual better, I mean, they can
I thought
teach
you'd
me
want to
before they
murder
have
them
to
after
die.
what they did to you.
Well, none of these were the ones that. Well,
Are you confident none of these are?
Well, I would have to see them anyway to know, right? I mean, yeah, it's true. Also, I mean, we're dragons. We're much smarter
Anyway, it's my
anyway.
goal slot that I'm filling in. If we don't end up doing that, I don't want to bind with my fucking service. I want to kill them again.
Okay, so let's so what word did you use?
I
Separate?
think separate them. I want to remove those spirits, those servants from the Death King in whatever way that ends up transpiring. When the goal is done, they will no longer be at his call.
All right, yeah. Word for that.
Emissary, bringer of peace to the dead.
I mean, just remove.
Yeah.
Let's use his name, right? Krugarin's access to the creator rates. Right, yeah. Okay. Well, let's see. There is strong opposition to it. Which means, mission, it's a hard goal. The enemy is not, it's probably easier than destroying Krugarin, but he might still show up and try to make you not do it.
I was gonna say
I'm gonna put down a heart.
The link for me. Yeah.
There's not that much nuance in this. He definitely wants to keep him. They're very, very useful for him. All right. A second one, or do we just leave the last one open?
Obtain the Orb of Storms.
All right.
I think that's our first recycled goal.
I'm getting my fucking. I was like, locate. No, I know where it is. Well, no, it needs to come home.
Did a previous tour through our goals?
Yeah.
Right, yeah. I'll put that as an easy goal. No one's really opposing you at the moment because no one else.
No.
Sort of, really, it's about time and the investment of such to get something like that.
Yeah.
You could just comb the sea left and right. Eventually, you'll find it, but that can take a while.
Yeah.
Easy goal. All right, leading us to 4 goals: motivate Cormac against the Death King, destroy Krugarin, the Storm Giant Lich, remove Krugarin's access to the Creative Wraiths, and obtain the Orb of Storms. Good. It's a while since I feel like we've had 4 goals filled out, especially with three new ones.
What a time to be alive.
What a time.
That's right.
Such motivation to.
All right.
Yes, kill Death King.
Danica last week said we'd be picking up with probably the next thing we want to do is do the research rolls for the ritual this year.
That was apt. So
ancient. This tomb has become a lot bigger recently. The map.
See the rest of it.
So it's so my dragon tells your dragon, you call on me, with our conversation, call on me when something's been decided, and your dragon's it's time for us to get to research work, and the green dragon's okay, give me a couple hours, and then I'll teleport to you, and then the green dragon takes the time to scoop up Novakree's notes that he took on the whole thing from the months he spent in there, and bring those with her.
I want there to be like room plans. It just slowly in some corners, oh yeah, here would be a good place for the bathtub, or the order needs more.
Yes, it would be great if his notes also contained his musings about other things. Yes,
It's just dumb little shit. You're is this what? Sofa?
And then the green dragon teleports to the black dragon in preparation for going through this portal.
Yes. Go through the portal. Oh,
Go through.
actually moved your icon here. That's advanced. Suppose I'll go grab mine.
Who knows? Maybe researching a particular symbol has an effect that it is immediate and hazardous.
Yes, it just spawns a giant Baylor. Oh, great.
No guarantee that the place is going to be the same.
Oh, that is true.
It's not the same for the Death King the next time he shows up, that's for sure.
Yes, what happened here?
Green dragon enters, like squinting, like looking around. Not really used to this hole.
Yeah.
Not used to this area.
It's just made from magic. Certainly entirely unnatural in every possible way.
Yeah,
the nature here is an entirely different concept.
I was gonna say, yeah, it sucks. Like, I think Visigatrix is like, yes, it is like magic is interesting, but also this is the enemy. Like, this is all gross magic that is targeting her.
Green dragon puts the portable hole down, reaches up, scoops out like the notes, and then like holding like these sheets of delightful fucking who knows fucking papyrus, silk paper, who knows what the hell Novacree writes on these days.
It's silky.
Gold leaf.
She like a scowl appears on her face, and she is no longer a dragon as she transforms into her human form. Just pops out, just the green scales and flesh like contort. I'm not sure she's ever done that before in front of her Visigatrix.
Nope.
I was thinking back like that. Like, no, she's definitely done other animals, but never like a. Yes, the Chandathan woman. Tall, athletic, fair-skinned, striking green eyes. And of course, completely nude, because it's not like the fucking dragon gives a fuck about clothes. It's not like they come with her, you know? Just like
it's not like Visigatrix cares a lot about clothes.
You know, you're just like you know, the Emi's leader here like flexes like her fingers, then looks at the stupid silk paper and like, there. She scoffs.
Yes, because it's like, is that papaya? There's like a little perfume on it. Like, what?
She says, I don't fully understand Novacree, and he has been in my service for a century. It is immaterial. She then, like, waves like a hand sweepingly at, like, this whole, like, ritual thing. So I've seen this through my eyes, and I've seen it through his eyes, but I have not seen it through your eyes, as this is the first time we've been here. What am I looking at?
Well, this is sort of the control room. It is layered. The older inscriptions, of course, are the first ones, and then she'll basically show, like, yeah, these are where Grigaren has been adding all his stuff, and as you can see, it's a pretty substantial amount where his influence has been put in.
Yeah. My understanding was that power was rising from bottom to the top, and so his additions being this way makes sense. And she points to this one specifically. This is the one that took action when I tried to destroy the ritual.
Oh. Well, we have... That somewhat makes sense. It does not match a lot of the symbols for the other ones. There's only target, which I suppose is the person who tries to destroy it, maybe.
if it were possible to be altered in some fashion, as you say you have done before, gesturing like towards like the runes on Versicatrix's body. Which one was that?
Chill point is this one.
Mm-hmm.
It was fairly simple, as you can see.
Hmm.
As you like, the translations are obviously laid out too, right? Like,
Yeah, and with like this being the only other one that's been translated, she says, "Okay, so what is our goal? If our goal is to," and she like hesitates, "I suppose bring an end to the giant, yes?"
yes, we need to find out which of these is his. He has rerouted his rebirth to, I suppose. As I understand it, he has made it another phylactery almost.
So, the phylactery of a lich combined with, and she like the human form like squints like accusingly at like the ritual, like, well, all right. Perhaps this is Valigna speaking in me, but if we could find a way to modify the tablet that was preventing me from breaking this thing, then we just break the thing. Problem solved.
Malachi just Vesigatrix think that would work.
Look here. Each ritual that you have translated has certain opportunities that could be done to it, or you could try to dismantle it sort of from the top down.
Right.
Probably smashing an artifact like this inside this plane could probably be done, which might scramble some of the stuff on it. But inside this realm, I mean, this place isn't physically real as such.
Meaning, if we destroyed, like, does it stop
If
existing?
you smashed this control thing, you could no longer make modifications or research the ritual. It would simply be the way it is until someone recreated this.
Oh, so it wouldn't actually end any of the effects?
No.
Well, that's a bummer.
And in effect, you can either make a limited modification to it by translating it, or you can figure out a way to begin removing these things that have been added.
Yeah. Okay. I feel like Vesigatrix will sort of explain it, but like reason her way to it too, because I don't think she's ever like she has not even tried destroying it, right? So, like, I don't think that thought had even occurred to her. So she sort of hashes it out herself, like, I suppose it would not work since blah 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 blah. Basically.
A huff of air comes out and says, "Well then, that means it could be done, but it also means that this giant desires to make further modifications or wishes for the opportunity to do so."
Oh yes, look here, he is already prepared more. Really, at this point, he is almost in more than half the ritual.
You have not encountered him at all during your trips here, no?
No.
How many years ago did you first come in here? What I'm asking is...
Ari, the player has no idea.
What I'm asking, Versicatrix, is everything the same, except for any adjustments that we've made since you first came in here?
Yes.
The Green Dragon frowns. I wonder what timetable the giant operates on, then.
And I can perhaps assist a little bit here. Where was something that I think was pointed out much earlier, but that might have been forgotten. Vercingetorix was led to believe that the last time the giant made big changes to this was during the alignment
planar
in
alignment.
the Valiant
Yeah.
that allows him to create things far beyond his own capabilities.
Oh yeah, he wanted the thing that those sharp people had. He didn't get it.
Okay, he was too busy doing other things himself.
All right.
The Green Dragon says, I suppose it's reasonable that this creation would be beyond even the giant, and so it would necessitate further work during that specific time. The human eyes narrow again. I do not suspect that alignment will be happening before there is a resolution, a confrontation of some kind.
No.
I wonder whether the giant is capable of directly feeling any changes made to the ritual. Naturally, not what you've edited. But whether the giant would instinctively know if we were, say, to inhibit the control of his undead, he would probably not give it another thought until he arrived back home and discovered that things were different.
I imagine, though it is only theorized, of course, that, as you say, the less it is removed from him, as this is not a power source that is his, but he is channeling the power from here to create undead, I imagine you are right. Whereas the link to his soul, or whatever it is he has written here, I think once we tamper with that, he will certainly know. The question then is if he'll come here or he will hide in his hole, where he still has one phylactery, of course, the crown. She shakes her head. She disapproves. She is sure it's the crown. It's always the crown.
Will that
Why?
even work, how the giant imagines it? Well, I suppose the giant does have access to thousands of years of contemplation and as well as the minds of those who created this absent Yaffle.
Yes.
Presumably it's not been done before, and also presumably he would not be destroyed, but on the off chance that he might be, it acts as a precaution.
It is ingenious. After all, we are the only ones that have known that it existed, and we have only made it here just now.
It seems like a waste of effort to me. That, I don't know, an overabundance of caution, a paranoia, that the phylactery of the giant would seem insufficient given the Death King's power.
Mr. Strux, he gets it. Well,
The human head just shakes and says, "Time. It doesn't matter. Let us see what we can discover today."
yeah, and isn't that the fucking question? Looking at this, oh yeah, we just need to pick out the one that is most likely the one that rebirths him. Oh great, okay.
Yeah, then you have more research work to do, right?
Yes,
Learn.
it's time to.
Yeah, now Nova
Get
Cree
working.
mostly spent time retreading, old steps Cicatrix had already done. His initial analysis here. But I'll say that his work will give you a I mean, he does look at things from a very different perspective. I'm going to add just Just a second.
How much do you want to bet that it's the cat? I think it's the cat.
Well, I
It's the
mean,
cat.
it couldn't be the turtle vomiting on the rug or anything.
I mean, sometimes he almost flips over. And, you know. Technically, maybe he doesn't need help, but why take the chance? I mean.
Turtles have survived throughout the cosmos, despite, accidentally
He is a
flipping.
very spoiled turtle, though. Like. He gets the finest, freshest, organic blueberries, and yeah, he is. Like, he don't eat frozen. No, fresh, lush. Fine. It gives me time to look up all my
Hey,
talent
All
charts.
right, I'll just be a moment more. You know what happened.
Yeah, see if. Tell her
Okay.
hi.
all right,
She sucks.
you look up your skills. I guess I'll go refresh my drink.
I still have some. Yes, I shall. I mean, honestly, I can start rolling them too, right? I have all I need to know. Yeah. One D20. Oh, he didn't tell me what the bonus was. You know what? I'm not gonna roll yet. +4 is the. Where's here? I can find it. So give me the time to connect to Twitch here. Make my computer a little more unhappy with me. Here we go. Yeah, so I'm just gonna theorize here. I feel like maybe this one? Well, no, this one. This one is renew. This one is death. And more death. This one could look like if I needed a sign for rebirth, I would choose this one. But then these are very different from this one, so I don't know which exactly. Have death. Oh. No, gotta be this one. It's the only Death King one that has the renew word. And I mean, that seems like it would be rebirth, if anything. What does this mean again? Oh, I never found out what the fish meant. Darn it. Wait, but this one meant being able to summon power and use it for necromancy. Maybe this isn't rebirth. I That's target. This is power. Yeah, I mean, fish. What does fish mean? I feel like I should know it. Fish.
All right, there we go.
Welcome back.
thank you.
Grimace is refilling his drink, and I'm openly theorizing.
Yes, as I was about to say, Nova Craze Research would allow you to re-roll one of these rolls. You know, finding a different perspective.
Great.
Could be either any of them. Because, you know, Fae is kind of like nature stuff, but he does arcane stuff. I guess religion could have been
I was gonna say his approach is most definitely different from the Cicatrix's.
Experiment.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, maybe a little more prodding. The Cicatrix is certainly very cautious. I mean, because this affects her personally. Yeah. I don't fucking. I was like, oh, this must be rebirth, and then I looked at our translation, and I was like, well, that doesn't make sense at all in the translation. And fish. Is that like riches? Like, you know that thing where you're pretty sure you had the knowledge, but it's gone? And if I looked up what fish meant now, I would be a cheater. Even though, like, there's a classical, like, interpretation of, like,
Yeah.
welcome back. Woo, no more puke. As far as we know. Touch wood. Steve is like, oh, well, let me show you. Oh, great.
Airballs.
Yeah, Grimace.
So, as I said, Nova Cruise Research will allow you to re-roll one of the 4 checks. You know, as you, well, if you want to anyway. I guess it could be stored for longer than that. But, you know, he has a different perspective. He's very experimental. Maybe there's something in there that could help, even if most of his work is retreading things that Pacific has sort of already done in the initial analysis.
I mean, just the fact that he has reference points written down is probably useful, honestly.
I mean, really, as far as you're concerned, I'm 100%. Like, I'm an extra 100% in the sense of that, you know, you've not had my viewpoint or perspective before at any of these things.
Yeah.
For years.
So please, Grimace, give me your perspective of which one we should... No, let's try and get some research roll going, and we'll see. So, Manikai, do we still part them up, right?
Yeah.
Like we don't get double the rolls?
No, you would just do one. You could divide them as you wish.
Now, can we assist each other for that +2?
Sure. Yeah. If you're both spending the time together. Yeah. Just takes longer.
Does Vasicus want to spend time with this green dragon? That's
Certainly, I don't want to spend time with you.
Yeah, you know.
Let's not talk about who's worse company.
Yeah. I think I win. The fanatic murder dragon, I feel like there's a case to be made.
Besides, how the hell am I going to even assist you? Arcane history and religion are all untrained for me.
Yeah, you're right.
It's Squits. 3 months later.
You're not a giant nerd. I mean, a lot of them are untrained for me too, honestly. I bought magic items to be clever. I don't got no shit. Well, I'll do an account check.
Okay.
I find them.
Here, let me drag my token close to yours. That way we can be together.
Oh no. Feels weird. Who is this human? Is it a human or an elf?
Human.
It's a
Human.
human. Oh, okay.
Jonathans aren't elves. You take.
Oh my god!
Well,
Boo!
That's not factoring at a +2.
No, it's not.
There you go.
It's not?
You did it.
well, there we go.
All right, see, aren't you glad that I'm next to you, Lady Namain?
Yes, I'm thrilled. I am happy. This is a great bonding opportunity.
Don't to
It'll
hear
make me
about-
feel a lot better about you guys having a meeting with Valignif without me invited, you know? Like,
It's just
so I'm
that you're
gonna
not
switch
really
my name
family.
here. Yeah, I mean, that's not insulting. You know what? It's right.
Well, the Cicatrix killed pretty much my family, so not the sentimental. type.
Yeah, but they were bitches, so you know, what are you
Yeah,
gonna do? Like,
Yeah, wouldn't
You
want to
know.
adopt a kinslayer, you know?
yeah,
Dynasty,
I mean,
other
that's a fair
penalty.
point, really. I mean, also, if she was in your guys' family, then Yaffle would be her mother, and like, no thank you. So I guess you'll be a kinslayer, so, really.
Yeah, but you want to kill Yaffle, so really, I think you would want to be part of the family.
Yeah!
From
I mean, it makes
experience.
sense.
All right.
I never got to kill my mom, so, I feel like I missed
Alright.
out.
All right, history is definitely yours too, oh mighty person who deciphered Topaz Dragon.
Yeah. Incredible rolls were.
Come
were
on, give me a
made.
28, so that the +2 can make sense.
Hey,
Oh.
hey!
Oh, that's
There
better
you go,
than
wouldn't
three.
it-
Two, right?
That breaks the thing. Yeah.
yeah, wouldn't have been a
40
40.
is 2 successes.
Yeah.
A breakthrough in old timey stuff. Yeah.
Really, what I needed was to lecture someone.
Suppose.
Or
Do
be
they
lectured.
actually?
Again, these rolls are done over a longer time
Yeah.
period to sort of, go
Yeah.
back and forth.
Yeah. No, I think it's been proven with your time spent at the Cloud Giant that you learn best when you're being talked down to, and I feel like I could fit that role adequately.
Well, it's true because then I'm fueled by rage, and
I will
it's
have
like-
my revenge.
I'll
Yeah,
kill
exactly.
this motherfucker.
Yeah.
Fight.
I need to be done using you so that I can murder you brutally. And yeah, I mean that is
I mean,
okay.
with that, I think I'll give it a little more context. Probably already know it,
Yes,
but
please.
yeah, the Imaskari, the ancient Imaskari, definitely created this
Yeah. I mean, it's called Imaskar in
as-
its code,
as-
name code.
as one
so-
of their almost sacred artifacts. Now they didn't have gods; they believed that gods were simply powerful wizards, and you became powerful enough, you could look down upon them. That was sort of their goal. They enjoyed artifice a whole lot. Beyond that, they did a lot of portal magic and a lot of planar separation shielding stuff. A lot of cutting space into bubbles, much like this one.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
In recent history, the ones from that ancient place that returned to the surface in the city of New Imaskar have recently been mostly killed off by angry people returning from another world to find that their houses have been taken over. So it's a bad time to be one of them. But yeah, they made it.
I feel like
And as it turns out, there's several other Imaskar Kana, most of which are sort of lost or not known of. There are rumors that some of them are around somewhere, in the possession
Interesting.
of somebody. But each one is seemingly for a different arch purpose of their divine super empire.
hey, that'll be a hobby to pick up.
All right. Nova Cree's notes. You know what? Nova
Oh my
Cree didn't help me
God!
decipher it. What do you mean Nova Cree doesn't know? Nova Cree and I both agree this is a natural creation.
Can I assist that?
I'm already factoring in the +2.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say,
That's why there's a +2 labeled there.
my mouse is.
This is an entirely unnatural place. So the Druidic, I mean, really, nature is almost more about what doesn't apply than it is. leaving us with religion.
You know, this thing shouldn't exist for Cicatrix.
Yeah, we need to destroy it. Like, no shit. Yes.
Really,
Wouldn't
since there's
that
no
be
god of magic, this thing should just unravel on its own.
that would be great. Ah, where's the plus of my keyboard? It's very dark in my room. There we go. +2. Come on. Hey.
That will do one. Putting you at a total of 6 research. Now, it can be spent. Click on the big thing. It'll tell you with a big bubble. But 1 for translating glyph, 2 for identifying a ritual for which you already have a glyph known, and 2 more to modify one that you have identified in a way that it can be modified.
I think we need to identify this one, Ari.
Which one?
The one in the bottom right corner.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, that one. It's the one that's connected. It's the most powerful one as a result.
You are probably right, yeah.
It's also got death in it. What could it mean?
Death. You know what? This one seems pretty, Don't
worry about it.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Yeah.
Identifying the ritual.
Sure.
What does it do?
This one is at the bottom one, which means it connects pretty fundamentally to the central function of this whole thing. And as you begin translating it, you begin discovering that the purpose of it seems to be very much, if you're thinking like a computer thing, like creating an admin account. Very simply, this ritual is not made to just allow anyone to mess around with it. This component allows additions of new components beyond the natural limit to be made by the Death King. Things such as these 2.
I hate him.
And so we'd also be told if we could manipulate it.
Yes. Let's see here. Yes, you can. You can. There's an opportunity here to make it easier to edit other Death King rituals by adding yourself as as his user, if you will. Edit them as if you were him, which means that editing them or like using the opportunities in them would only cost 1 research.
Okay, so we can't edit his name out of there, but instead we can act as if we are. Like, yeah, we can act out of it.
Yeah.
Well, Ari, since it sounds like we want to keep doing shit with him, and his rituals, and this is also not something that he's going to be tipped off about because, like, it's not going to send like any energy or like any fucking alarm connection to him. Like, oh no, my army.
Another admin has been made.
Computer sends him alert. Ping.
Yeah. Is this your login?
.exe. Yeah. Is this your login?
An unknown entity is locked on. Yeah, I think so. I think that's a good idea.
We get his security questions. What was your mother's maiden name? Shit.
Trying to ask those ancient scribes or whatever that spell's called, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, consult Mystic Sages.
Or whatever.
Give me the
reached us.
Gregarin's mother.
Useless to ask my hags.
It was surely
in shadow and past. Oh god, no.
Okay, then we'll spend 2 research to edit translation 15, permitting us to act in his name.
We'll add a little dragon symbol here, like, you know, our own cool rune for dragons, instead of the dumb rune that he has. That is dumb, because it's not a dragon, and really, that's, I mean, missed opportunity. All right, well,
yeah. Now, editing any further ones will only cost about half the price.
Identifying them will still cost 2?
No, you know what? No, they also cost
Okay.
1.
Ooh, well, well. So this one is death, renew, death, renew, and then we don't know what the round and this weird thing is.
Renewing death, though.
You know, sounds like rebirth to me.
But, I mean, there's a separate rebirth rune, right?
Well, we
was it
don't
renew?
know. We don't have it.
Okay. I have some recollection of all these clickables, but it's not the perfect.
There's one that is, well, okay, we don't know that it's life, but it's the same rune as death, but opposite, so I assume...
Right. And we know that this one's out of the question, because this one just seemed like a protection, tablet.
Yeah.
Like it's a smash the thing, just by my...
Yeah, by what you said, and also, this rune is not matched other places, as far as I can see.
So this one up here had death being presented, and had a whole sun thing happening there.
Yeah.
No?
It's very hard to...
Well, why don't you just go ahead and pick one of them to identify, and then we'll see whether we want to modify it.
Yes, but which one, though?
Pick one of them. They are of equal potential and possibility.
All right, we'll pick this one first. It's lower down.
Right, it's closer to
the
power.
Lower one?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. This is a long one. That takes a lot of effort to sort of unravel the meaning of. It's a...
He was paid by letter. I see. Like when you get a study book, and it's I feel like you could have said this in 2 words, but okay.
Yeah, it appears to be a slightly simpler version of the one below it. Beyond that, a lot of the symbols are the same. But when the Death King soul is being drawn to another plane, and then it has sort of a bit here that seems identical to the one below. It simply says, repair any damage with draconic souls and rebuild the form within the ritual plane.
Mother!
I mean, what did you think he was going to be rebuilding his soul out of Taffy?
But it's just yeah, it makes sense, but I was like, oh yeah, great. So he would not only, he wouldn't necessarily just take the power from the ritual, he would just steal more power from us. Great, cool. So if we kill him and we didn't dismantle this, we would get lethargic. Great. That's what I wanted.
This one doesn't present any opportunities for editing. However, it also seems to not be working quite right as it is. The function of it, if it were to be invoked, you're not entirely sure that. Probably even the Death King isn't entirely sure how this would work. Because parts of it seem to not be well enough understood by whoever put it here.
You know what? That sort of gives credence to what I was saying before we sat down to do these rolls. How the fuck would that work?
I mean, yeah, that's a...
Alright, well, because we can't edit that translation, and we're not ready... You agree, because you're the one who's determining it. You say we're not ready to edit translation 17. Yeah?
Wait, which one's 17? Oh, this is the one.
17's the one that is having him sustaining and commanding undead.
I mean... So this is happening over a long time, right?
Yeah.
It's just easier to do the rolls now, but I just need to go talk with Cormier and be
No, you're not. Because I'm with you every step of the way.
So we're going to Cormier. Great.
We're not going to Cormier. We're staying right here. No, we're getting this done.
No, what I'm saying is so you mean we're not actually going back and forth anymore?
No, we are. But I'm here the entire time. So you're going back and forth, and I'm going with you back and forth. I'm not leaving your side.
Right, but basically,
I know, and
For-
you're like, well, the months are passing. You're asking me, why can't I go to Corbyr? It makes perfect sense, Griffith. And I'm telling you, like, I'm with you every step of the way. And I'd be asking, why are you going here to waste time doing that instead of doing the ritual?
because once I've talked with Cormier and get their ass over here, we can trigger this.
Are you sure we're ready to actually fight the undead stone giant, us personally, directly?
Nope.
Okay, then. Cormier being present doesn't solve the undead
No,
stone giant.
definitely. Oh no, we're gonna have to deal with him. Yeah, should we just translate another one then?
Right. Yeah, because we're not like ready to like stop his armies from being like sustained. Then I think like translating the one
This
above
one,
that.
yeah. I mean, fuck this one. We know what that is.
All right. Yes, this one. This one seems to have a it's a very it's a newly added thing. It doesn't seem to have a lot of like the same as below, like sort of copy paste. This might be something someone was proud of having made an original creation. What it does is it allows the Death King, while within this ritual plane, to access and remove souls from this silvery wall, utilizing them as any necromancer would use, an unlimited surplus of souls just hanging out there, presumably to make a lot of wraiths, for example.
God, I love
Man!
God, I love what's gonna happen when he comes back. Let me just pull these
What?
This has the opportunity that you could forbid him from doing it. Basically, make it the opposite. When he's in the ritual, he cannot use them, which is sort of status quo. You could make it so that the souls that appear will be driven extra mad and be uncontrollably just sort of crazy. Or you could return to the souls that are brought out their free will, disallowing him from controlling them and having them do whatever they feel like doing.
I mean, all those options are good.
I don't think any of those options are good, Ari.
No?
No, I don't think he's gonna have any fucking souls to pull out of here.
Hey, I mean, but it would be nice to be able to, like, all the wraiths that he already has, like, make them all crazy. Right?
Would that actually, like, change, like, race he's created before?
This only affects things within the ritual. It's contained to here. Outside the ritual plane, this has no effect. Turns out, this ritual is a lot stronger in here than it is whenever you make a portal to draw power out into the world. So yeah, how this would interact with the weird things that are currently going on is also another unknown. Suddenly there are fewer souls in there than there used to be. Or different ones.
As we see the Elithoid just like, oh, yeah, goring. Oh, there was another one.
Ari, what this does make clear is that, like, we want to fight the undead stone giant in here so that the undead stone giant cannot meld away from us. Yet the undead stone giant has, with this, like, clearly made it so that he can do things while in here that he could not do normally.
Yeah.
Whether we want to try and edit this before we fight Gregaren, I don't know. Because while gesticulating at what's currently happening.
Right? This is the thing. I was like, will it be good for us or will it be bad for us if he tries to make wraiths in here?
Well, I mean, you'd still be pulling souls, not consciousnesses, not thoughts.
Yeah.
You can't pull aberration out of this thing.
Mm-hmm.
That would, and certainly if we meet him here and it's like, oh, the final encounter, and he just summons a bunch of wraiths. I remember those wraiths. They're not fun. Fucking hate Wraith. Ugh.
Yes. So good to know. Probably would like to do something about it, but not as pivotal as other things.
Yeah.
Because we don't know how much time we have. We have a sense
Also-
of how much we want to do, but
I think that this refers to the ritual plane. To this ritual plane.
yeah,
Yeah.
right.
It like all these three have mentioned the
Oh.
ritual plane, and the other one doesn't really repeat. I don't know, that was just a straight thought. I still don't know what fish means, but you know.
I don't think we need to know what fish means.
I need to know what fish means.
I don't.
One day.
You'll have to. One day.
So the worst is that I know that this information has been available, like not through this game, of course, but just in like folklore and whatever, like what it symbolizes. But you know, as it always is, when I need the knowledge, it is gone. It was deleted.
Show up next session, like pulling up Danish folklore.
Fish. It means, you know.
You just leave a tote bag outside Manakai's door with like a fish in it, or like a drawing of a fish
in it. Ugh.
Means herring.
Every day. Yes. No, the pickled herring. That's
Alright.
what you get.
I guess I can leave your hip now.
Wait. Oh, did we spend 1 or 2 researches on, like, one for each of those, right?
One for each of those.
Okay, good.
Which is why we have nothing left.
Right, yeah. Well. Well, Nemain is certainly ready to have some alone time without this human.
Yeah, that's great because someone has come to town in all this time.
Which town?
I suppose Westgate and then the Dragon Fane.
Oh,
In quick
okay. Well, that's
succession.
not my business. So, you know, I'll stay. I'll stay here.
Alright. Bye now.
Refill my cherry coke, you know.
Bye, we're sick of drink. Bye.
It's alright. He'll spend so much time with Emmy. It's like, no, you go ahead.
Finally, you can go hang out with the Corberians like you want. Really, you should have enjoyed the company after the year of imposed jail.
You know what? There was some time when it was, you know, it was tolerable.
Well, you know, time to go from studying Thean in a small, distant plain area to studying ritual made by Theans in another small ritual plain area.
Yeah.
At least there's another person. But yes, word is, you know, well known to everyone, I think, that Velignith has arrived and has moved to first through Westgate to be seen, probably, over Tizir, to allow them to make their guesses as to his, you know, coming actions. And then to the Dragon Fane, which is the proper place for dragons to meet in this region. And from there, yes, the giant.
Okay. When Imizari leaders here is finally done with being patient with the Black Dragon, because the Green Dragon doesn't even try to instigate a lot of conversation, in part because of the time she spent with, like, Martaine, and also because she knows the Black Dragon's proclivities. But I just feel the constant rage and frustration just pouring out of the Black Dragon at every moment. It's a little wearisome.
A very toxic person.
Yeah, just...
She's a
Can't let
boomer.
can't let go, and just trying to keep her focused on other things besides murder. And yet she wanted to go to Cormyr anyway. Baffling. All right. The Green Dragon gets out of Westgate and hears the news and finally digests it. I suppose she'll go flying for the Giants Run Mountains in search of Valignith, which I suppose would take her to the Dragonfane first.
Yep. Which would suggest that well, a bit of things happened. Kanazawa would say. Valignith invited Tilraxos to come meet at the Dragonfane. Tilraxos invited Valignith to come meet at the High Throne. Dragonfane seemed like the right place to meet, but apparently Tilraxos liked the Thunder Throne better. Things grew tense. Messengers didn't really like the situation. But eventually, Valignith said that he would be the bigger dragon, as he always is, and flew up to.
Ganazar, I need you now, if you were not previously. Despite your age and years of experience and understanding of chromatic dragons, to understand there is the very real possibility the Thunder Throne will be detonating before the end of this year. There are stories from Valignith's minions about how there was an explosion up there. To free him, it could happen again.
Ganazar looks like he knows. He didn't at first. He was like, oh, family reunion, but at this point he knows the storied history in that relationship, but he's not...
When did Valignith depart?
Just days ago.
The Green Dragon, rotates her body to look at the looming Thunder Throne in the distance. Well, I don't feel different, so I suppose there's still time. Take care, Ganazar. And then she takes flight.
You too.
Heading for the Thunder Throne to see what the hell's happened over the past... Well, not just, years since Tilraxos got, released. Not released, but just, go do your own thing. But she hasn't been up here in decades. Never really seen a need to.
It's cold up here compared to normal. Oh, well, these mountains are fairly hot. At this point, it sort of approaches that cold, sort of tundra-like desert. It's clear that this place has been brought closer to the Dark Fae time. And certainly the clouds are heavy and gloomy over it. Full of roiling thunder, as it happens now, dragons of your power, sort of the environments in which your lair begin to take on aspects of your abilities. And Tilraxos certainly draws around it thunder, though also liberties with the Fae has gone upon it. Coldness, hardness. The rocks are sharper than they used to be, more eager to cut. Flying up here, I'm sure he probably has some thoughts about what she might find. What if they had fought, and one is sitting upon the other, or something like that? I mean, that would be devastating. Because these are both powerful entities.
And it seems that all of the absence of time has not exactly made Tilraxos grow fonder of the Red Dragon.
No, whatever weak sensibilities of family he once held dear have been long stomped out of him. Beating the Fae at their own game had the one deficit of making him really good at their game.
And as far as she's concerned about Valignith, she isn't sure because of his mercurial, whimsical nature. He goes with his gut and makes up his mind then, and draconic cooperation's one thing, but Tiamat is also a strife goddess.
Mm-hmm. However, arriving here, they're flying up from the dark clouds. As usual, almost at this point expected, The first person he sees is Phaedron standing at the edge of the sort of cloud platform. Who will give her a bow, as receiving her. Pretty much, he acts as a doorman too. Probably lesser important people just don't get to talk to Tolraxos.
If they even can make it up here.
Yeah, right. There probably hasn't been a lot of them. Go around, there are a few like Eladrin, pale Eladrin, much like Phaedron himself. Remember, this is the Thunder Court that Tolraxos.
The Winter Knights have arrived.
Done.
The ground crunches beneath the green dragon's claws as she lands next to Phaedron.
Yeah, he gives her looks meaningfully over to the throne, where Tolraxos is not sitting on it. In fact, he is on the ground next to Velignith, and they seem to have, in sort of the rime icy frost, scorched what appears to be large diagrams and maps upon the floor. They seem to be engrossed in some sort of discussion. Currently, it seems to pertain to the expansion of trade routes through the Anauroch Desert, and the re-establishment of profitability in that region. Which seems to, although Tolraxos has shown little emotion, greed and pride seems to still be in there somewhere. And Velignith seems to, at the moment, be speaking to those much more than anything else.
Looks meaningfully at Phaedron, looks over at the other two dragons, does not say a word to Phaedron, just begins walking, to the Thunder Throne, to the diagram.
I mean, it's Velignith that reacts by looking up. He has a different aura about him. He clearly has gotten more powerful too, and as a realized avatar of Tiamat. Yeah. Any dragon knows that he is the Dragon Queen's sort of.
Right. It used to be that anyone could look upon him and know of the relation,
favor.
but now it's been strengthened.
Yeah, it's at a whole different level. Like you've been near the Chosen quite a few times. Avatar is like that, except they're the divine made manifest rather than someone granted a bit of it. He's actually the divine creature. As he looks up at Emmy with the smile and says, "Why, so good of you to join us, Emmy."
Velignith.
I was just suggesting to our dear returned brother Tolraxos here that he might find a good place to build a new dragon empire, remains of a lost ancient one. It should come to no surprise that, given deserts being what blue dragons prefer, and it being close to the glacier, it seems that we have found a match. Tolraxos nods slowly, contemplating it, not wanting to be too eager, but the amount of detail on the drawings is pretty eager, as he has been working to scribble out a border that even cuts a little bit south into Cormyrean territory, a border that is probably way bigger than you would think necessary.
Green Dragon looks appraisingly at the diagram and says, "Ah, there, yes, in the fading remnants of the Netheril Empire."
Tolraxos looks up. Can't really be embarrassed, but snorts slightly. It would be a fitting place to start. Conquest of the material realm.
Given the decades of degeneration and necromancy and other magics from Shar, combined with those of the Netherese themselves, I do not know what there will be alive there. Of value, I suppose, their magical reagents and residuum. If the Flying Citadel could be located, that would be something.
Araxos gives a curt nod. He's thought about all these things. The old dwarven mines in the mountains surrounding the Netheril Desert. The old Centauran trade routes that used to link Sentinel Keep to the city of Daggerford. All these things are fabulously wealthy. Just defunct, chaotic, dismantled. It just makes sense to plan for the future. After all, if we can bring Tiamat into the material plane in full, there will be little limit to what draconic power can accomplish. Especially now that everyone else doesn't really get to have a god. Not really.
There are no other avatars upon this world? Valignith, she says accusingly.
Of course there is other avatars. Not that I've... Well, there's this particular demigod at home that's being a real bother. But, no. What I'm talking about is not an avatar. The actual Tiamat. I believe I found a ritual that can bring her from the lair she has constructed within the Nine Hells and draw her to the material plane in her full power ability.
You believe this is still possible in light of what has happened with divinity of late?
I believe that has made it possible. Normally, other gods would try to interfere, but now they can't or won't. I believe it's possible. It would It would be a radical change given the current instability of the world. I believe in just a few decades, most of the material realm could be made much more suitable for our kind. Coming of a new golden age. New red age, as it were.
Yeah. Green Dragon looks at Valignith, looks down at the diagram, looks back at Valignith, lifts a claw and points at Valignith and says, "She is the Queen of Chaos for a reason."
He nods. Glancing at Tilraxos, who frowns deeply. The word.
Yeah. No, the Green Dragon totally isn't emphasizing that element right now.
As Valignith, shrugs as well. That simply means, he says, with the authority of the Avatar, that each individual dragon is allowed to do as they please. Tiamat's not going to command you to do anything. He's going to simply support you in being who you were meant to be. You know this, Emmy.
Green Dragon grits her teeth. This sounds suspiciously like Valignith, but it also, like Valignith has been saying that for a while, and if Valignith is Tiamat's mouthpiece, and he's speaking with her authority on that, then how long when did Valignith stop being Valignith, she thinks to herself.
Gradual.
She looks over to Tilraxos and feels a sense of loss that these two have disconnected from her in a way which she cannot obtain again.
Yeah, they've in a way they've both lost themselves to something. Whether it was their aspiration to begin with, the experiences they've gone through have inevitably changed them.
And with Veristrix, who was long since lost because of the spell scar, what she thinks about.
It's sort of, as she thinks about Veristrix, it's sort of hard to remember him. Like, in sort of a, and then there was, wait, what was his name? who, uh, as if that bit of knowledge is slowly fading.
Hmm.
Oh wow,
Erasure.
he's not just dead, he's unmade.
Green Dragon rapidly shakes her head and says, "When I sent you that Tilraxos was here, you made mention of something you wish to discuss with myself as well as he."
Not. We have always accomplished things well together, and I thought, why not bring you into the return of Tiamat in all her glory? Give you an offer that's hard to refuse. There is a returned power near my current lair, Mulhoran. They have returned just last year and brought with them a demigod, the perfect sacrifice, which will allow me to bring Tiamat into the world. The problem is that it's a dragon-slaying demigod. Has fought Tiamat before, and will be a difficult challenge. But many other challenges have been brought down, and there's no doubt that with our power together, and with what that represents, we will be able to do it. You both have reputations of importance.
The Green Dragon, blinks several times, feeling out of the loop, even though I know what the hell Valigna is talking about. It says, wait, Mulhorand returns? What? It's just like the Green Dragon is, baffled.
They
He
appeared
looks baffled.
simply in the middle of everything. Quite delightful. I've been fighting with the servants, various draconic deities in Tiamat, Dragonborn, with the idea that we will succeed, with the foreknowledge that we will succeed, and they've done everything they could to stop us succeeding in returning Tiamat. He says, as if that's, of course they will succeed, because these Dragonborn have already known that they would. Indeed, this whole war was to stop him. We have had long fights, and I've skirmished with Thay as well over sea access. Akinul, as it turns out, being Tiamat does not inspire peace. Bit of an understatement. But yes, these beings have returned, these people have returned, as has certain land masses. Some enemy cities simply disappeared, while new ones appeared and declared war promptly upon the nation they had reappeared in, eager to remake what existed once upon a time. It has utterly demolished my opposition, except that they are gaining speed and that they have with them a dragon-slaying demigod. Which is both lucky and not so. The perfect sacrifice. Almost as if delivered to us.
You said this dragon-slaying demigod had previously done battle with Tiamat?
Oh, an aspect, an avatar, if you will. He says, looking at Emissary, this is the reason that he has not himself gone and just done this.
An avatar. Green Dragon rotates her head away from Valignif to look up at the cloudy, wintry sky.
Comfortable and cold.
Then, after one of them awkward silences, which might not be so awkward, but it's what she does more and more now, looks back down at Valignif and says, "Of course I'm willing to assist you. We have slain many who thought they could defeat dragons together. I do not see why there could not be another. I am loath to go further from the ritual location, yet this seems like a worthwhile endeavor."
Yeah. Really good nuts. Almost surprised. He expected Emmy to play coy and be just all, how he perceives she always used to be. Um, but yeah, I'm glad you can see it from my perspective. Once this is done, what other concerns we have will be merely limited by time. As I said, once this is done within a decade, the world should have been significantly changed.
The primary concern I would posit to you is the shortness of time we possess. The strain that you doubtlessly felt upon yourself was because when Yathel's form goes into the plains and separates from Faerun, there is a burden placed upon us. She has, within her current form, her essence, the spark of potential to become a demigod, the next Lady of Murder.
If not, we should bring her as well.
Bring her? At that point, like, the Green Dragon just sort of, like, gestures around like the Thunder Throne. I do not have her in my possession.
Shortness of time. What I suggest would not take overly long. I believe the ritual by itself, as Yenka estimates it, would take about 10 days to cast once everything has been completed. Before then, I have tried to acquire a mass of wealth, a hoard that would be appropriate. And beyond that, of course, plenty of subjects willing to give their lives for something as grand as this. It's going to be quite a spectacle. With the slaying of this demigod, open a portal, and she will emerge from the abyss. Once the preparations are done, it will be rather quick. This strain. Well, I was wondering about it, but the ritual is so far away from me. I always figured that you or Versicatrix would have taken a look at it.
It has been done by this point, yes.
Good. That's good. Tilraxos just sort of looks around. He doesn't really know Versicatrix. So, sort of, he looks important. It's a little out conversation. I should go and ask for Cicatrix to join us as well. It just seemed like such a reunion. I thought this would be much more difficult.
The Green Dragon says, by all means, though her investment in your desire will certainly be different, for it does not pertain to that which binds us together.
He nods. Yes, of course, though having a god on our side seems to solve that problem as well to some degree. I'm curious, what timetable do you think we are working on that? that front.
Green Dragon, like, squints, like, evaluating, like, how much she wants to tell Valignith, combined with, can she lie to Valignith? Because that's always been that's been a hurdle. She says, I am uncertain. Yaffel's current form, per Resicatrix's words and illusions, is the most powerful it has been. And given the intensified interest from adventurers in journeying into the Giant's Run Mountains and the Serpent Valley to find the ritual, it seems likely that she could be part of a group that clears through Basarek and the Devils to reach the site. I do not know how many standard years that would be.
What is your plan once that happens?
My idea that I am working through with Resicatrix is perhaps to bring Yaffle prematurely to the ritual site. As we were informed by Basarek, her arrival at the site would cause the ritual to end, and in that end, as Yaffle regains everything and attempts to reconstitute, that would create a window that could be exploited. Resicatrix obviously desires to murder. She shakes her head, like murder would not have been the word she chose, to slay Yaffle in light of everything done to the Black Dragon.
Tic nods. Malignant nods. It is a huge crime, after all, for someone not a dragon to do something like that to a dragon. Well established.
The hindrance in so doing is that the undead stone giant has altered the ritual, as you first made us aware of years back, and as had long been suspected. The discomfort is in exactly what modifications have been made and what could transpire, what could interfere in attempting to end the ritual by bringing Yaffle to it.
Malignant nods. Certainly, when I construct a ritual, I try to make sure that any outcome is in my favor. He doesn't really know much about the nature of this. Never really looked at it. He does feel
Well,
somewhat
maybe if you had
smug.
left.
He does feel somewhat smug, but politely doesn't say anything about how the stone giant became a huge problem. Could have been dealt with earlier somehow, if that was even possible. Yeah. Well, this is, of course, something of importance to all of us. Even Telraxus here. Slight nod. So, he's listening. He's interested in dealing with this ritual. It is an indignity that he should not have to suffer. Though he has learned to weather many indignities, this one is very personal. So it's that simple. Bring her there, end the ritual, kill her, and just try to prepare, solve whatever problems or pitfalls have been placed within the ritual. If you are the ones researching it or finding out how, when the right time would be, I will do my utmost to be here when it. Yeah, Talaxos was. It was always the three of us. We started it together. We should finish it together.
Green Dragon. It's an upset look. Says, there were 4.
Raxos narrows his icy gaze. Maybe. Then he slowly nods. In sort of a, yeah, there were, weren't there? Well, now we are only.
Fine. Valignith, you desire this demigod hunt to occur immediately?
He, no, he shakes his head. Not immediately. Making the right trap would take a little time, and I do want him to finish off Time Antler first. But I can make it happen with some predictability. It will still take some time to go there and be available for this. The war has been going on for a long time. Knowing that you are willing, I can send someone to. He sort of looks at Emissary Leader Theo, thinking that whoever he's going to send was going to be a dragon. But he doesn't want that person to be devoured by some magical.
Need another black.
Need
another half
I will
dragon.
send someone. I will contact you. Because he can also just do it magically, I'm used to sending people to find people, but it's really not necessary. Oh, it is a great distance.
Very well, Avatar of Tiamat. I await your summons.
Yeah. He will look slightly puzzled as Emissary, as he doesn't understand why this tone is necessary. But probably thinks better of it. He got what he wanted, right? Commitment to go hunt this demigod avatar. And then he, I think, glances to Tilraxos, who says, I will see if I find the time. Though, with the payment you have offered. I think sort of slightly nods. And I think there is a shared look he will give to Emissary. He finds Tilbaxos of this new. He was prepared for something other than what he found.
Yeah, I get that.
And I think to himself he was going to say, "For 4 of us." Next time we meet, it really should be either at my new fane or the dragon fane here. It is a shame to use a place like this to do meetings between dragons when there's a much more fitting place as Toraxo.
You have accomplished your desire, Valignith. Should you wish to find Resicatrix, you should depart. I hear she may be leaving Westgate soon, and she does have much territory she could be in.
Yeah, he has heard of
Cut to
that.
Resicatrix at the bottom of the sea by the Pirate Isles.
This is all. It's just quite right. You will hear from he'll jump off.
The green dragon rotates her bulk to watch the red dragon depart and fly into the mist.
Oh.
Slowly rotates, look back at Tilraxis.
Maximus looks at Imhizure. And the gaze is steely. I hardly recognize him.
We have all changed in this time. It was necessary for us to survive. Yes?
And prosper. Spreading his wings slightly. Strength. Power. What makes us free. Makes us able.
Yes.
He says, having just said that, wings lower against us, would like to go north to inspect this land of the desert. Possibilities for creating something there. However, I am also at your service. Dragging the word a little short, it's clear that the idea of being like at one of his dragon siblings' service, it's not a. It hurts his pride a bit. Considers it.
Green Dragon says, well, Tilraxos, I had made clear I desired for you to remain in this region until the ritual was broken and both Yaffle and Hell were resolved as best we could. However, as you have recognized our current relationship, then, by all means, travel north. Within the fading ruins of the Netherese and all of their mercenaries scrambling for power, may you find something. Though I would insist you do return. It would be unfortunate if you were to be freed from your icy status, only to be flung into despair once more.
Alexis gives a nod. I will return. I think even like take a few steps away. He is eager to go see this land. Maybe there's hobgoblins there. Some of them owe him a pair of gloves.
I mean, they should have created a lot of heirs,
with
right?
dividends. I mean, all the battles they won because of that. That loot is basically his.
And taxes?
Yes.
Like,
that's something the Fae don't understand. Their taxes are arbitrary, however much they want from you at this time. I think
which dragon taxes?
As Phaedron here quickly moves over to follow his master, right? He will look to Imhizure as he passes her, and have that sort of a bit of just slight comment, right? The actions you took against Summer Court has delighted the Queen, but I think she is now distracted by how he feels having to take orders from someone he would rather see as an equal. Yeah.
Yes, she still wins, is what that means.
He enjoys seeing Alexis.
Yeah.
Humbled and having to deal with this. It is just another challenge before him.
Right? Might be more painful than being a nice statue, even.
The green dragon doesn't show any facial recognition. She heard Phaedron's words, though they certainly do connect with her head. She pointedly doesn't look at him, and instead at the diagram as the two leave.
There's several markings around the nether. It's clear that that Velignith probably drew this with like fire, like scratching his burning claw through the ice layer, and that he did his research on what's here. He came here with a plan.
How disturbing.
I think we can leave the scene there.
Yeah. As jump to Velignith trying to catch. Would Resigatrix stay around now that Velignith is around, or is she Resigatrix too busy?
Yeah, I was pondering that. I think she would try and find an excuse to stay around, just because. Well, she feels like she might get involved anyway. Like, what possibly could Velignith want? Oh, the avatar of the Strife God. You probably want to fight, you know? She needs these people to stay alive. Little rude not to invite her, you know. But they'll deal with that once they ask her for help. So, also I drew hearts around Gethra,
Yes,
so
I see it.
that you know. we're just bonding, eating food, talking.
Well, you'll be
not
informed
really.
that the Velignith has arrived. Some distance outside the city. He's been sitting there inside of the walls. He's like getting nervous. They know that once he did that, then he proceeded to smash it and then not do it.
Where are the siege
uh,
pyramids?
You know.
Yeah. All right. Resigatrix will stroll out. You know. Normally she doesn't take her time, but she'll take her time a little bit. Again, she wasn't invited to walk through the streets of her city. Deal with whatever small quarrels are on their way,
When she does it, no one.
Just gonna say no one, really. When she walks on the street, people are quiet, I think.
They hide. Close their blinds.
They should. Velignith will see, her coming up to the hill, I suppose.
Velignith is in a good mood. That much is beyond that, he's the avatar of Tiamat. There is the power around him of strife, of chaos, of destruction, of tyranny, and the authority of dragons.
Yeah, I mean, many of these attributes are familiar to Vesigatrix, and, not unpleasant.
Velignith waits patiently for
Yeah. Velignith, I heard you were in the area.
Yes, I was, and I'm glad that you had time to speak to me. I would have invited you to our initial meeting, but I don't know that you would have gotten along well with each other.
As I understand it, we have much in common, though our opinions might differ. I will say that normally I have people talk with the Duke of Westgate before meeting me, but I made an exception, of course, since we are allies of old. We have worked
are
together
much
in
more
the
than
past.
allies. And I have a proposition.
Cicatrix tilts her head.
And I have a proposition for you. There's a demigod that I would like to get rid of, and I would like to capture him and sacrifice him to Tiamat so that I may bring her physically from the abyss and into the material plane. For that, I would like your help. You're capable. And this demigod has in the past defeated an avatar. I would not have that mistake repeated.
Michigan just waits for the offer. You're like, alright, yeah, you stated the facts. Okay. Also, Manikai, like, would that work? Like, to her knowledge, would that just taking a god person, a demigod, and just putting her in ritual could be powerful enough to summon a true god?
There's got to be a whole ritual.
Okay, yeah.
Is it possible? Who knows? Without any research on the Cicatrix's part, it's yeah, who knows? It certainly is a ridiculously powerful ritual, but
Right.
would be the first time Tiamat has tried to escape.
Yeah, but like what she thinks is like she would believe it more if like she had seen Velignif there at the planar alignment, right? But he wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
You know, he didn't use it. So not slowly. All right. Well, I am sure that with the help of the others, you will. It should be possible.
And yet, there are many things that are possible, but we both know that neither of us want the other ones to perish. Well, if you wish to come help, find the time, then we would very much appreciate it. If not, of course, that's okay. I'm not here to force anyone to do anything that we do not want to do. I'm here to allow you to be the best version of yourself.
Sigurd squints. What is this hippie bullshit? Ow! How did you turn out
Certainly,
Lady of Strife for this?
but certainly, in dealing with the ritual, having Tiamat on our side seems to be incomparably beneficial.
I suppose she is quite invested, as it influences you.
Yeah, I think that's and many of my servants now are exiled Thayans. She will likely destroy that whole place.
What place? Say?
You know, after all, they have shown hubris in attempting to imprison and use dragons.
Well, that was the work of the rebels.
Raven shrugs. And sort of you know.
He made a mistake as soon as he was like, "Oh yes, my servants are rebel Thayans." In her mind, it was like, "Ah yes, we could go murder them all," and then it's like, "Oh wait, no, those are not the Thayans we're gonna." Okay.
They brought with them some excellent skills in summoning. And they will prove useful. They know their place. I must also congratulate you on this whole new draconic domain. It is still new. I haven't heard about it for a long time, but I'm glad you finally decided to branch out. The more of us that can rule, the more people we can make used to that idea.
Yeah, seriously shrugs. She doesn't care about dragon politics, but sure.
Predicament inherently.
Yeah, well, she'll like, well, I am glad to have allies. As I understand it, it is quite a big pond I might enter.
If not. Have you not found many things in this world to not be as they should? Bringing Tiamat into this world is a way that I found to fix that, to make the world as it should be, fit for us. All those times when
shrugs.
it felt like something was
care
wrong,
about that.
like something wasn't quite as it should have been. This would fix that.
Well, for me, that will be fixed once the ritual has been spoiled and Jaffel has been killed. But, nevertheless, if Tiamat will be of use for this,
Scoffs.
then our goals are in agreement.
I should do something about you saying be of use, about something that is going to change our entire existence. But you couldn't know. I'm going to let that slide. And I'm simply glad to accept. I'm simply glad to accept your help with this problem. I'm not even going to ask for anything in return for helping you with something that you might have as a problem. Because we help each other without asking for it.
It has been a long time since I've seen you.
He nods. We have both been busy.
Yes. I'm not sure if I'm as willing to trust you as I used to be. But...
Oh, I am an open book. I pride myself on never lying.
Yes, I remember that.
Good.
Anyhow, I shall help you in this endeavor. If nothing else. It's like a gruesome smile. Killing a demigod. That is a worthwhile activity, no? She like flexes her claws, like, yes.
That is excellent.
You can contact me, of course.
I will.
Suppose Vesicus will go and adjust her, like, ritual site in her place. I imagine she has, like, a no-call policy, and, like, he has to accept callers.
Yeah.
Oh, Fenner.
We'll simply take off. This all went very well. He's gonna go home and get the whole thing arranged so he can have a battle with this demigod, capture him, and sacrifice Tiamat to bring Tiamat into the world.
I feel like the Sikachings would call up Emmy and they would like gossip, but I don't know. What do you think about this plan? Shrug. Yeah, whatever. But the Sikachings have been waiting at home now, and there's no reason to anymore. Really, Velignif she's gonna be closer to Velignif if she goes look for her orb than if she is in Westgate, so she'll do that, I think.
She simply goes combing the seafloor.
Yeah, I mean, she'll take like turns, right? Go into the aisles, make sure that, no new settlers go, check up on Monchun, see what he's, what he has made it appear as if someone else has done recently.
All right.
Yeah.
Sure.
Wait for the call, right?
Yeah, I mean, you look for the overstorms. Will be a D10.
All right. Two.
You look, but you don't find it.
Yeah. I find a lot of it was like, oh, is this one? No, it's just a spherical rock.
Yeah.
God, it would suck if this thing would have been dyed or painted a different color.
God, they should have put like luminescent paint on it or something.
It does glow.
I mean, it probably glows actually.
As a final fuck you, like Umberly just like changed the color of the damn orb.
It's actually somewhere in the plane of water, so it's not.
Oh, I love that.
You just see a sea floor when you look through, and you're like, must be.
Yeah, it like rolled through like a portal at the bottom of the sea, like into the elemental plane of water.
Or just slowly rolling into like the deep hell of doom down there. It's like, if I can't have it, no one can. That sounds very Umberly, honestly. She's a bitch queen after all. I respect that about her.
Yeah, withdrawn from public life, as it were.
Yeah. Well, it's important sometimes to lay low, let the sink blow over,
intimidate some
right?
people on the Sword Coast, Take a little time.
Harass the sails of Cholt.
Spitefully sponsor doomsday cults.
I mean...
Yeah.
Don't we all? I'm sure that the follows of Velignif aren't much different.
So, what about Emizure? She's at the state behind here as the other dragons left to their own things, contemplating.
Yeah.
What's going through her mind?
I don't think she leaves like the peak for an hour. And then a disturbed and conflicted green dragon slowly flies to the Dragon Fang to inform not just Ganazar, but Carix and Lardnev, in case they had not received word that last year she had put out a bounty for a great deal of adventurers and directed them to the Serpent Valley. And she would not demand, but request that they not interfere and instead observe. Their target is they're going to be going through the Serpent Valley in search of a ritual site, which Velignith had previously hidden with a cave-in. And so Green Dragon would just like them to observe like who travels through the valley, although she suspects they may already have to some degree, and adventuring parties are small and they can cast invisibility or fly, but remain vigilant.
Yeah, the dragons of the Fane have not really left the Fane since in getting there. They've sort of been doling out resources, commanding things, but yeah, to the degree their task has specifically been to just make sure that if two dragons meet, and they do have time, right? Just lesser dragons than what we're dealing with generally. That if they come to blows, they can be separated and made to apologize to each other nicely. That's sort of what they do for the most part. Dragons don't fight dragons. Dragons fight everything else.
Yes, they have been keeping the peace, antithetical to strife.
Yeah.
As
the Dragon
Velignith had
specifically.
Yeah, with the Dragon Fang, which is what Velignith desires.
Strangely paradoxical.
Yeah, and Green Dragon doesn't care. They can keep doing that for the rest of time. But while they're at it, keep an eye out for adventurers who, while they're in the area, might want to decide they want a piece of dragons. Because adventurers, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, though given one adventurer hears of the actions of current dragons and thinks, that I should do that. Most of them
Imagine
think, no.
how mystified they would be. Like, I mean, we're talking about like how it doesn't make any sense. Like, oh yeah, this elder, brass dragon, and then there's like a little like in the altar of Tiamat. Like, what? No,
Well,
what?
I mean, people are welcome in the Dragonfane.
Yeah,
They want to
that's
come
right.
and hear what's going on. They can.
Okay. Once she's done her part to inform those three,
Yeah.
that adventurers should be expected within this area, not just to cause trouble for dragons, though they certainly might, but also to like dig into the Serpent Valley. She's gonna fly, just very slowly, having the thermal winds carry her back to the forest. She feels violated, both by a sense that she is, in some respects, the last survivor, but that something is trying to take her mind away from her. The idea that something is stripping her memories from her is grossly unacceptable. She thinks that it might be some sort of like feedback or consequence from her time spent in the Underdark last year, or maybe all the time she spent around the ritual, or maybe just a side effect of what has just happened with the energies of the world. Veristrix certainly did exist, and she actually stops flying part way to go back to the Serpent Valley, to go back to where he had made his lair, and sort of like bulldozes like through the earth.
The soft mud to find the sort of cracked, broken rock slide buried under the pile of earth. I mean, there's probably signs that there used to be something here, right? Like, there's like some bits of the rock that he made his like a door out of. Yeah. But it's a long time ago, and that thing collapsed hard during the earthquakes.
And and she remembers the purple worm, and then she, like, after spending some time there, wrenches her mind and goes to the old encampment where these spell-scarred survivors had like congregated, like these refugees, the home of the many, the ruined camp. Sort of spend time there, like reflecting on when she turned that purple dragon into an iron statue and made him collapse to the earth.
Yeah. There's signs that there's been someone there in between, on and off, really. I mean, let's be honest, it's Emissary, right? You can almost smell the aberrant in the air. She remembers that a different purple dragon was hanging out there some time ago, as almost like a messenger or investigator sent by the Illithid deep below the earth.
Yeah, she remembers Valignev telling her about that.
Seems like this was where it chose to stay. Beyond that, the caves are empty for the most part. Sort of soot stained still somehow, and with like a strange like echo as the wind blows through them, like a strange howl. Seems like maybe like a level 3 adventuring site, like a wraith or something.
I like that. Green Dragon picks up and it begins flying back to the forest, and then sort of like stops like off like in the Centaur Plain somewhere, like alone, and pulls out the like unfurls like her like portable hole and begins digging through it, and like it doesn't just pull out like artifacts, like little bits of like pieces of like copper and gold and silver that she knows the other dragons, like back when Tilraxos decided that he wanted to count the wealth in that stupid Sturge ogre's like cave, like his claw touched this before he pushed it into my pile. And like this item, this armor was the armor that we got from the Serpentine Earl, and Veristrix like uncovered and unraveled its arcane secrets, the serpentine armor, before passing it on to me. There's a sense of loss that she feels, and it's disturbing to her because she doesn't understand how or why that loss is coming. There was a real desire for her to, there still is a real desire for her to break free. And given the choice, if she could only pick herself to be free and no one else, she absolutely would take it. But she was really attached to the idea of the other dragons being free alongside her, particularly Valignith. And like the changes that she made to her personality and approach to try and assist Valignith to be free, which she thought could happen through the Dark Lady's blessing, which was, the idea behind like the sacrifice that she had made in the Dragonfane and the words she spoke to this Queen of Chaos. All of her time, like in recent years, that she spent around Martaine and Gildenfire and sort of fighting like various unnatural ills of the world, cause her to think now, much as she said last year, not last year, but it was last year, to her super best friends, that her very existence was unnatural. And there is now like this sort of, I don't know whether nihilistic is the proper word, but sort of like a contemplation of whether her own existence is unnatural and thus needs to be removed from the world. Particularly in the light of what Valignith is looking to create as part of his, in-game goal. It's a sort of like the very sort of thing that violates nature in its process.
Yes.
Just with like it's immense like magical sort of like content.
Gods are disallowed by divine proclamation, if you will. Super divine proclamation. From being upon the world in their physical form. It's just not allowed, because she knows it, right? Around her lair will always grow like poisonous bushes and vines with poison in them. And she's a green dragon, thus she brings nature and sort of poison with her wherever she goes. Same counts for a god, allegedly. They stay in some outer realm, and around them forms a divine realm suited to their domain, right? Now, if you bring them here, presumably that would happen as well. Just the material plane would begin to suit itself to the divine's presence.
She doesn't know who to tell. She doesn't know what she can do about it. She doesn't. I think that's gonna be it's gonna be the sort of thing that sent her caterwauling back into like deep contemplation, much as like the weight that she felt upon herself when Godjail occurred, because she doesn't know how to reconcile her the feelings that she's kept involving Valignith and freedom with what bringing Tiamat to Faerun can do. And those aren't concerns she used to have. It's never really crossed her mind. It wasn't so long ago that she was thinking you make a sacrifice such as the Nobanian to Tiamat, that gets us our freedom. And it's really just a change for her. She doesn't know where it came from or how to place. I think since... Yeah, no, I don't think... Yeah. We actually form a coherent sentence. She's going to fly back to the forest, but her attitude is going to fall back in morose despondency. As she becomes innervated. As in a ray of innervation, as in becomes unwilling to act. Not by because of a curse of lethargy, but just because she can't reckon or reconcile with her feelings.
Yeah. Conflicted.
which works well. The Emerald Enclave is still like slowly gathering and mustering up strength, ready to go beat down some undead.
Yes, well, the final tally is recovering and consolidating their newly acquired territories. Before presumably getting ready to do the same. Harry, is that correct, or?
Sorry, I was just reading of an attack power. What did you say?
I was just saying that once the end of the year approaches, the final tally begins to recover their forces. What's the next step for them? Are they gonna redeploy towards Westgate and towards the mountains as well, or?
I think for now they will. Also, like, there was certainly talk about maybe making a coastal alliance with Anglospark and Termish.
Yes.
So they might send like a delegation there, but I do think that Nemain would go with them. But she sort of wants to have this settled. So once this is sort of settled and can maintain, then she will send a delegation to Anglospark. Though if she has if Elignif said oh yeah, in 10 days we should be ready, then I mean she's not gonna start
no
traveling
at the moment. It's not right now. As he said to Imizure,
then she's not gonna wait for it.
He's gonna wait until Timanther and the sort of the Bahamut followers there have been destroyed by the reappearance of Unther and Moharend. He's very happy to watch that go down, waiting his moment to strike. He's learned patience a long time ago by giants, and utilizing it. You don't get to try to do something like this twice, because once you try it once, a lot of people are going to be very mad and to keep an eye on you in the future. You've got to make sure that it actually works.
Yeah, I feel like Vercingetorix is certainly a little skeptical of the plan as well. Like, she can't really... Like, all respect to the Queen of Dragons, but she's not really a conniving, think before you act sort of thing. Is her
She is the embodiment of what it means to be a chromatic dragon. Vercingetorix is a chromatic dragon, so is Imizure, so is Talax, so is...
It's true.
She has
but she's
all the
of
qualities
them.
of all of them.
Yes, which it makes sense why it is strife, because she is chaos herself. And,
she is constricting and sort of conflicting desires.
Yeah. But to Vercingetorix's mind, that also makes it hard to point her at something. She's not sure she's a reliable tool, but I mean...
I think
Tiamat is not a tool.
Yeah.
Although Bane and Asmodeus have certainly thought that if Vercingetorix is thinking that Tiamat is a tool, then Vercingetorix is possibly as deranged as Tiamat.
No, but it's yes, she should be here, but she's not sure it's gonna help us in the ritual aspect.
Oh God, no!
That's
no.
how Elizabeth is selling it, and she's like, "Yeah, sure, the queen. Yeah, that's what she'll do."
The evil god of wealth,
Yeah.
greed, and envy, the nightmarish synthesis of hatred, rage, and draconic might.
Yeah. He's not gonna give a shit about that.
The bitter and wicked. No, it's not gonna.
Right, and so she's like, "All right, well, I mean."
One might say, how could it hurt? And I don't have an answer for that other than to say, our destruction would suck. But it's how it could help?
Right? In her mind, it's also Well, she likes the area she has right now, and she's not
No.
sure that.
No, metagame wise, I'll say this: it would hurt if Tiamat got brought into this world, and Valignith, like who is the avatar of Essence, is basically just replaced by Tiamat as Tiamat enters him, and then we lose another connection to the ritual.
God, I hope that's not true.
I mean, Tiamat, as a matter of fact, I don't know where we are exactly in the timeline. She has done that or will do that. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
As I guess Musicatrix is having some second thought, like, what? But then Valignith's gonna do it, and she can't let him die. If they lose him anyway, is it better to have helped the goddess? Probably.
Unless you stop Valignith.
Unless we stop Valignith. But then I have an angry red dragon and a god against me.
We just put him in jail. Put him in dragon jail. He's been there before.
Yeah, he got used to it. I'll feed him better stuff than bamboo. Eel. So much eel. Yeah, she's certainly thinking about that. There's a lot of... Also just, like, the scale of having a god... I mean...
You just see her down there, like, combing through the sea of fallen stars for the orb.
Yeah.
Like, squinting and, like, blinking several times, like... Checks on the ring.
The Chosen were big enough, right? They messed up a lot of stuff, or did good things, depending on, like, oh god, that's a lot. But then can she stop it?
Current emotional state of the Green Dragon: morose despondency.
Yeah, confused.
No, confused is not the right word. Morose is like despondent.
Yeah.
Which are not emotions this dragon feels.
Yeah, right? Well, Musicatrix is like, wait, should I call? Should I not? I mean, this thing where it's like, does she just want to sulk? I mean, I feel like I need some counseling, but maybe she's not in the mood to talk.
I should just go to Cormyr. She was really hassling me. I'll see how she feels when I get back from Cormyr.
Yeah, sure, maybe, I don't know. Just finding all the reasons not to call. Maybe she looks for the orb still. God, where is it? Where is it? Scries on it. Yes, it's still in the water. Great.
Couldn't it be by like a landmark or feature of some kind?
Something is there, yeah, that rotates all around it, even below it. Maybe, nope, alright, it's just dirt.
I've never seen that kind of shark before. There we go, I'll just find that shark. I've never seen that.
Yes, yeah. It's a lot. As it turns out, there's probably a lot of sharks inhabiting the area around the Pirate Isles where Umberlee...
Or like, God help you if it gets swallowed by like a kraken or something, and now you're like, well, now I can't see shit. Like,
yes. Oh, great.
I think Givers exudes an aura that probably makes most things leave.
Well, that would suck if it had my orb inside it.
It would.
It's further and further. But what is this tropical sea? What?
The only solution is to murder everything in the sea.
You scry on it, you see the insides of something, you're like, huh.
Yeah, great.
Probably something unhelpful.
If I just kill everything around me, and when I scry upon the orb I see something I've killed, that'll help me narrow it down.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, really. All sharks must die. Except my Sharkanoids.
Specifically.
Like, they're the good guys.
Yeah.
You know? Not all sharks.
The good guys?
Well, like, from my perspective.
The good guy.
What? They're the person who says they're the good guy. Like,
murder is really a matter of perspective. Listen, if the word murder is used,
yeah. I feel like murder has a specific brand of being bad.
Yeah.
Not just a connotation, but a denotation.
You don't murder
Yeah.
people in a war or in a fight. You sort of, you know.
It's a killing of another person without justification or excuse.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alternatively, a flock of crows.
That's the domain you
Which-
actually have.
No.
Congratulations, you now Besikatix, the lady of a lot of crows.
The crow lady.
Oh my god, that would be the best.
You take your crow's feet and get out of here. What did you say?
Ayo. Oh my
You have
god.
the power to turn into a lot of birds.
Yeah. And fly. Yeah, that would be really useful if I couldn't already fly. And
Wherever you
know.
go, birds will be.
Yeah.
Your domain is
Great.
just a lot of birds together.
No, they'll always talk to you. It's like, oh, great. Look, I found treasure. Ah, yes, another bottle cap. Great, thanks. Thanks, buddy.
Oh, good French fries. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
do that,
Mm.
Get used to this.
No. Sorry.
Let's try to get back into the game.
Lady of the Crows.
You killed the wrong. You took the wrong goddess.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
damn it.
Shit. Alright, well,
Alright.
do I get another roll for my orb? Or do I have to... Wait.
No, with the current just
Okay.
combing through the sea, it's just the one. And you know,
Alright.
that's basically how we continue here. Imizure is morose, despondent, unsure of herself, questioning her own existence in the forest. As Besikatix is digging through the sand. Yeah. Looking at like reefs and stuff. Places where the
Yeah.
water might be a little stormy, a little whirled up. Who knows? Maybe at this point it's been picked up by someone and they've brought it home with them. Or... So it's a rock in a massive sea.
Well, it's a very pretty rock.
Oh yeah,
Worth a lot.
a lot. But
Yeah.
surprisingly less undersea if you're just like a underwater creature.
Yeah, yeah, you're
Um,
really good at swimming, huh? Yeah.
But yeah, with that, I think we will just move the time along. Really, the world is breathing a sigh of relief given the recent disappearance of most of the chosen, and just the gods have returned, and maybe, just maybe,
Yeah, order.
there can be a bit of peace.
Stability.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
not
As we
constant
contemplate
death
how we're
and
gonna get out
destruction.
of summoning
Yeah.
Tiamat.
As soon as that happens, just basically how. And so we will pass the year over.
Thank the Lord.
Actually. And yeah, still not a lot of sign of the Death King. Though this year, you know, you will get distant news. Well, not actually too distant. Through the Lord's Alliance, maybe even some Formir and people will. There's news that around Everesca, and particularly slightly north of that in the Grey Peak Mountains, giants have begun to emerge. Particularly stone giants and hill giants begun trashing outlying human settlements in the region. Going somewhat into the high forest, along the whole way of the Grey Vale, and the Delimba River. Not quite making it to Daggerford, but it's clear. Giants
Oh, wow.
are gathering together and into large groups and beginning to trash everything in the region. No one's really sure what sort of thing has happened, but you know, these
feel like
people
we
these
know.
people used to be unified by some sort of storm giant king who has been, or at least who isn't keeping you know, any order anymore. That might escalate.
Would Besikatix hear? Well, she should, right?
What?
Would
Hear about it?
Besikatix hear this too?
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
it's
okay.
big enough that it's
Alright.
sort of
This is not the first time this has happened before.
No.
The Lord's Alliance has been fighting giants of the Grey Peak Mountains for years.
Yeah.
The forces of Darkhold were actually working alongside the Harpers to hold them back.
Yeah.
It has been a little there, a little now, but they've been pushed back, and these basically you look at like these like Loudwater, Lork here, and Celebros, many of them have been destroyed. The people were enjoying a year of peace, and now it's time. It's giants are throwing down. Now is the time. They're rising up. Beyond that, it's also happening further in the north. In Luroar, some like cloud giants are doing things to smash up stuff. It seems to be
a real mess.
happening a lot everywhere. Strangely synchronized as well. And certainly has the humans very concerned. But where are the chosen? We need the chosen to come help. But
I
there's
feel
none.
like our attempts at rallying Cormyr towards the Death King might just be a lot easier suddenly.
It might.
You know, hey, you wonder why this is happening and all coordinated? Yeah, let me drop the knowledge here. That's right.
Cormyr isn't directly involved. It really is a Lord's Alliance matter. This whole thing, because they have, I mean, in all honesty, they've stretched themselves very thin by protecting such a massive area. Right?
Yeah, but if they're almost by the high
But they
forest,
get involved.
right? That's this long way.
Um,
They're gonna be fine.
Yeah, I mean that said, the Lord's Alliance is also somewhat spent in like high-powered individuals and whatnot. The whole Evereska thing, it really drained them. And I think the reason
Yeah.
that before you heard, oh yeah, and they're responding and fighting them, is that this time, like these small settlements out there, they couldn't be saved. And you hear the news from the refugees, like there's the Lord's Alliance, they're not amassing an army to march against the giants or anything like that. To some degree, it's more of a, well, we can't stop them. Right now. Well, we could, maybe,
Right.
but it just isn't really in the cards. They're defending Sundabar and such to the north, but just, if only some adventurers would come and solve this problem, that would be fantastic. Surely there's adventurers. Seems to be an increasing, way that the Lord's Alliance responds to problems. What if adventurers could?
I mean, it is a good way.
Nice.
Like,
On that note, what adventurers do? 8. Oh, they're doing pretty good.
Remember when you threw that 3d10
Oh,
and pulled
yeah.
out a 10 last year?
It was the thing.
Their win should be 120 right now instead of 12.
Yeah, they should be.
Yeah.
There we go.
now, Manakai, a lot has happened. You
Yes,
know,
a lot has happened.
been a while since I murdered a bunch of adventurers.
Yeah,
There's been a big war with Netheril. Like, are they available to me again? Do they really remember, or
Yeah.
have
you
know?
could hire some. The Black Network
Okay,
certainly has,
Yeah.
under the mention here, cleaned themselves up a lot. There's general perception, yeah, since harm, they're pretty like bad guys, but also they're mercenaries. If you need a job done, you can hire them to go help do it.
Yeah.
and,
Okay. Well, I don't have one right now. I was just wondering if
yes,
if
you
story
can.
wise it would make sense if that was available to me
You
again.
can.
Okay, great. Because I already have one person failing
Your
my rolls
alliance
if I
with
roll once.
Cormyr
So,
also helps.
we're really cleaning up our act. Yeah. I think Mysticatrix might contact Emmy, like upon hearing all about these efforts.
How will the Black Dragon contact the Great Dragon?
Well, she'll attempt with. Well, okay, but she is at the bottom of the sea, though.
Presumably
mind,
she'd come
she's
up at
not
some
cool.
point.
Well, I mean, yes, if there's some things she needs to check on, or if she finds her goddamn orb.
You could give me another D10 for this year.
Yeah. I don't
Just
have much
looking
faith in
around.
my ability to roll a good number on this die. Oh, hey!
You get a good lead on how to find it.
Incredible.
Yes.
Soon it shall be mine. Sense thunder.
In the future, you have a +1 to your D10 roll.
Am I trying to roll a 10?
Yes. What you do? You're just combing the sea willy-nilly for...
Yeah, you are combing the entire sea of fallen stars.
You get a roll per... doing this, you get a roll per year. You get an 8 or above, you get a good thing. If you get a 10, you...
So in the
right.
future now, we're looking at 9 or more for you finding the orb.
Yeah. Or 7 if I want another plus. Because I already have +1.
Okay.
Alright,
Eventually,
it gets better.
you just keep combing, find it.
Yeah.
But,
Gotta go to the ritual page. Again.
Now it's now you're like at 29 years, probably like 28 years and 300 plus days. Until
Till need to have killed Jaffel. Yeah.
To have resolved the situation.
Alright, well, I assume that she'll get tired of that every now and then and do something else, because this sure blows.
it certainly is. I mean, if you like swimming, there's some beautiful reefs and big things happening down there.
Yeah, well, it's not really. It's nice swimming for a bit again after having sit still for a year, but then
Keep thumbing through the ritual book. I gotta go inform the dogs that kids are allowed to ride bicycles outside.
Yeah.
It's perfectly fine to do so. Be right back.
Dogs have gone too old.
No.
Damn kids on the sidewalk.
Yeah. All right. Perhaps I should go then and speak with Raedra. I haven't done that for a while, right?
Yeah, sure. You can show up in Zuzail.
Yeah, of course. I'll show up on a boat.
Yeah.
Flying
your flag.
Oh yeah, I want to
tally banner.
Freak everyone off.
Yeah, and you can be informed that the Queen. Being brought to the big hall.
Yeah, I mean it's somewhat familiar now.
The Queen is wearing cleaned up, beautiful, magical and masterworked purple dragon armor, sword, cape in Comerian colors. It's quite something. Clearly it's taking on the a royal air here, as there's been some time to recover, and as honestly, trade has picked up pretty quick with both the elves of Cormenthor and Myth Draenor well established, as well as the ability to trade without any raids or anything.
Yeah.
In the whole Sea of Fallen Stars, it's quite beneficial. A lot of new people have come in and settled, just refugees from the Netherreal sort of collapse, really, looking to start a new life, and people from the Dale Lands as well. Even a lot of Sembians have come. Get away from horrible Malorite monsters.
Fair.
So overall, things are looking up for Cormyr. They're recovering much faster than anyone could have predicted.
Yeah, I mean,
and she's
that sounds.
getting the clout for that.
Yeah.
People are not
Yeah,
questioning.
the sexual, come in once she is welcomed, and
Queen Rager will step down from her seat. Go to meet the Black Dragon.
well, she'll be in her drow form,
Oh,
I
sure.
think.
The Drow.
Sporting, sort of more, perhaps also more leader type clothing than her like mercenary leader clothing than her like black cape and like bloodstained armor. Her gang days are slowly coming
She
behind
probably
her.
has like black and purple stuff, right? With the
Yeah,
tabard and
yeah,
sigil on there.
yeah.
She is not a
I
mercenary.
would like a tabard. A merchant. Yeah, yeah.
Fancy armor. Just to look at.
Well, it's leather. Can't.
Yeah.
Thank you for seeing me so soon, and congratulations for coronation, Queen Rhaedra Obscure. And she'll actually do like a half bow. Uh,
The Queen responds with a half smile. Say, thank you, Governor. Though I suppose we shall have to find a more fitting title for you. Your reputation and your reach is far beyond the walls of Westgate, I understand. He glances at the tabard.
yes, it has become so. Thank you for the aid at the Pirate Isles most recently.
I only regret you did not draw me in sooner.
I must admit I did not consider it. A mistake I will try not to do again.
Not vassalage comes with benefits as well as obligations. Now,
I see that you are rebuilding quite well.
yeah, it's sort of soon we will be as strong as we've ever been. My grandfather had a type of expansion, one that we will not rival, but inwards we are gaining strength. Our allies in the Cormenthor are a great aid to us, and us to them. They remember how we saved them from the shadow decades past. Beyond that, our cooperation with the Emerald Enclave, and, of course, the final tally and the network you also represent, we have managed to create something here. Now, I imagine it is not simply your title you've come to revise. May I inquire as to the reason for your meeting, your visit?
Well, it has been some time, and I heard recent news about hill giant activity.
I have heard
Not
this as
here,
well.
but further north. And apparently, more places.
If you have information in this regard, I'm sure the lords in Waterdeep would enjoy to hear it.
I think it is connected to. Well, I know it is connected to the Lich Lord that rests beneath the Giant Run's mountains.
The
I
Queen
have
nods slightly. Vercingetorix
spoken with you
has
about it
mentioned it
before.
before. Yeah.
Yeah. We are not quite ready to strike, but I suspect it will be sooner rather than later. After all, he will only become stronger, and attacks will only become more frequent.
And you believe these giants serve this Lich?
Well, I cannot be sure, but they are appearing a lot of different places and very coordinated. He has the ability to move where he pleases. He is all powerful and, of course, can move through Earth with no limitations.
Rito nods. You know, she's no mage, but that sounds like something that a giant would be able to do. Well,
And, well, as I understand it, he considers himself the savior of the lower parts of the giant hierarchy. He is of the opinion that they should be the owners of the entire world, and he means to do so. Time.
now
He has been working on it for quite some time.
I understand your. I assume you are not making a plea, a request for me to intercede and aid the Lord's Alliance more than we already have in this regard.
No.
Would you have us march north, strike at giants amassing in the wilderness?
I would gather forces and strike at the source. There are lots of giants in the world, but as soon as they are not, if this can be stopped, they will not be coordinated. They will fall into chaos again. Who should lead them? What should they do? It will be much easier to face them then. We know how powerful it is when people have a common goal, after all.
And why do you wish to destroy him, beyond it being a terrible monster? I presume it's been there for a long time.
It has, and it has terrorized me for a long time. How would you like having had your home being completely accessible to a elder lich being at all times, spying on you, looking at your things, looking into the mind of your people?
So this being comes to Westgate then?
I used, before my time in Westgate, to lair in the mountains.
And
I am not beyond saying that I hold a grudge, and now that he can move freely, well, what is to say that he will not come where I am now, or really other places?
it seems personal. Or rather, I should ask,
It is.
why does this giant care so deeply about you? Now, you are a powerful entity. Is it simply a vendetta, or is there something more?
He has taken something from me. Something personal. Something that I need back.
All right, she nods. That lines up more with what she thinks of dragons. I see. So what do you propose we do? The Lost Alliance is already trying to secure themselves against this threat.
Yes. I think the Emerald Enclave as well have at least contemplated, if not directly already acted, against this threat. I would propose a Radiant host to be sent. I
Not a word
have
I've heard in a long time. And certainly not a word I expected to hear from you.
times change, don't they? But 66 like almost smiles, like yeah, she agrees. You know.
Oh yeah, she's heard about it from the elves, right? Who were like, "Yes, that was great." When she did that.
Yeah. I do not possess a lot of, well, people dealing in divine ability. Believe it or not. And I suspect that.
She looks at Nemain here. As Nemain says that because she feels it too,
Right.
but doesn't intercede.
The main doesn't have followers yet, you know. No power to bestow them either.
I mean, she does have followers. She's just not able to give them power yet. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, I can't, there's no.
Yeah.
I'm not asking you to send all of your forces, of course, but
That would be
it
ineffective.
would be of great aid.
She nods.
And if it can remove the threats from the Lord Alliance, well, for good, hopefully.
Having this enemy removed would be a good thing for us. Certainly, any such thing will eventually be a problem for us all. How do you think? How would you like be the Marquis of the East? There's a sound to
What's
it,
the
doesn't
marquee?
it?
What's the marquee?
Uh, somewhat debated. Could either be a lord of a mark, meaning a border region that has different laws associated with it than something else, or it might be a particular title, sort of between a duke and a count.
Below a duke?
Yeah, in general hierarchy. Typically, because dukes pay taxes.
Yeah, well, that's
Marquis are weird. Romeo doesn't really have them.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I don't think that's really important to the signatories at all. Sure. It does seem to fit the current setup, doesn't it?
It's guarding our borders to the east, certainly. Some could argue that is what you're doing. Spinning it. And in action to the south, we are protecting the city of Tizir, though not actively. Remembering the command from the Dragonfane was given to her father.
Well, as I understand it, at least I have made great efforts to make sure that the Liknef, even though maybe he will not take part himself, his people is certainly also interested in having this threat removed and will not act unkindly toward people in the region.
She nods, and for a moment she contemplates, right? Never did I think that as the Queen of Comia, I would end up someday. It would seem to me that the only people I will be able to talk to will be dragons. Muses on the fact that she's made a deal with two of them and now has to consider strongly the interests of a third. It was not what I thought I agreed to, becoming a dragon knight, yet here we are.
Well, the name does fit. Other than that, I would not be too worried. Well, I will say it is rare. After all, we also have Anglaspark, the Dragon King, what he calls himself.
Not
But
like the idea of Anglaspark, but it reminds too much of the Black Dread and how, ancient dragon with a bloodline that says it's sort of.
Yeah, Visagastrix nuts, She also thinks that the heritage thing is dumb. Though, well, dragons are usually good at keeping their own numbers low, I suppose. I myself took out the so-called Black Dread, after all. And plan to take any other people who as much as claim to have any connection to it. It is a foregone tradition.
So what you're saying is do this, and we expand Comir to the south side of the Lake of Dragons proper. Without the interference of the Red Dragon.
You mean in Tessir?
And perhaps the old ruined cities. With the changes of water rising once more, soon I could see Pross and Ilpor being harbors. There are many refugees from the north. They will need places to settle.
I cannot promise you that, but I can, however, speak to Valignif, I suppose. Looks a little troubled. She doesn't particularly like parleying with Valignif. Though, the Fane, of course, cannot be removed or debated.
We have mountains enough. To say, with the idea that surely, the mountains really would be too, like, a huge bother to deal with.
Yeah, she has no idea.
Peaks are nearby, and the Sunset Mountains. There are many mountain ranges if you want mountains that are much more
these ones are particularly sucky, is what they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, lady, you're right.
I have heard of a call for adventure.
Yes.
A ritual site related to this. And I did anticipate, given news from the south, that perhaps I would have a call against this foe. From a different source, however. With the amount of money offered, I cannot say that part of me wanted to go myself.
Visigus nods. Yeah, I know.
For a moment, they team
Yeah,
up.
me too. You know. Yes, I agree. It's like a little lick around the mouth, you know? Yeah, I mean. Though, I suspect the price is much aligned with the effort.
She nods, which it seems I will have to expend anyway. This is a big ask, Bill. Sending forces south to fight undead in a mountain province far outside of our own territory, so soon after we have asked those same people to do something similar in the territory to the north. It is hard to justify. Me to them. Look to, but I am their queen. And they know that. If I ask them to do it, tell them to do it, they will. So you make sure that whatever effort I put in is worth it. We will send a host, radiant as we can make it, and whatever things they find in those mountains, we will purge them. That's what you desire.
Yes. Again, of course I will. Well, it is in both our interests to have as much force behind this push. I will put considerable amounts of my own troops there, as well as trying to recruit others. It's not me who made the call for adventure there, but it should help as well.
I will move forces to Tasir.
I will speak with Veliknev. Is there a way that I can swiftly get in contact with you? Vesikis just assumes that sending is not going to work, because she doesn't just let people send her stuff.
Yeah, she will probably give you contact information of one of her resident court wizards, right? Who can respond to that
great.
sort of thing. That's the Queen of Cormia. That is something she should be, I think, trivial.
Yeah. I just don't want to have to wait for someone to sail over the goddamn sea with a poster.
Yeah, says they will move forces to Tizir.
Thank you.
Prepare for a strike against the mountains. So, daunting task, but turn undead is useful, and
you know
about that. Yeah. It's done.
Yeah, Vesikis will bow. I am glad that we can continue to collaborate. To mutual beneficial.
As am I.
Sort of like a little reminder, you know. Yeah, I know this is a big ask, but, you know, so was it for me.
Yeah. Yep, it's getting done.
Yeah, cool. And, yeah, I guess Vesikis will, have to contact Veliknev at one point.
I'm surprised Eri even cares. Like, your contact, why isn't she just, like, why doesn't Vercingetorix just think of, like, contacting the Dragonfane? And leave it at that. Veliknev is concerned about affairs so far away. Why does she think he cares?
That's very true. Well, that was her hope, that he wouldn't care and be just like, yeah, whatever, and then she'd be like, alright, great! The Overlord Veliknev says that this is okay.
Like, the Dragonfane is, like, the folks, like, responsible for overseeing stuff over here.
Right, oh god, but then, alright. All right, Elder Brass Dragon.
And I don't
Guess we'll
see why
find another way.
there needs to be why you need to roleplay anything out pertaining to that.
They have no problem with what's happening. They're not threatened.
All right, they don't mind Cormyr on this side of the coast.
No, not really. That was Relignis the thing. Ganazar has a much different perspective. Doesn't feel threatened by Cormyr. Doesn't think that Cormyr would really care to come up here and slap him around. He doesn't see a reason to.
Yes,
He's always making war elsewhere in the world, and he felt threatened legitimately because Cormyr was a threat to him and his interests.
Yeah.
But it's no longer really true. You know.
Yeah. Vasilius is very excited about this. She'll pretend that it took a lot of work.
Oh, he asked a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, well, this thing is, you ask me a lot. It's like, all right, yeah.
I'm glad I could help with that epiphany, yeah, I'm totally gonna see it, John, but why should I even, look at session time? It doesn't matter. He doesn't care.
Yeah, no.
What does matter is ritual research.
What?
Yeah.
Manikai said ritual research.
New year.
Oh, it is already?
Manikai said a new year had passed.
Yeah, I know, but it was just I can't separate them. Okay, hey, I mean, okay, yes, socializing, I love it.
So the real question is whether you'll go find Imisure, who is morose. Because, she does do nature and does assist.
Yeah. Yeah.
Contacting the Green Dragon would have her appear, as she did last year, before Vercingetorix.
Yeah, still call, the Sending Stone. Usually
won't work.
Get the... Oh. She'll do
level
sending.
28 dragons.
Yeah, I don't care about that Sending Stone. Fucking throw it in the lake.
It's in the portable hole. The reply back will be, I will teleport to you with the 4 sunset. As the Green Dragon has sort of as summer shifted to fall, shifted to winter, edged further and further south until she's actually waded onto the plains and spent her time either hunting and eating savage creatures or clawing or smashing into the world there were for. When she does teleport to the Black Dragon, it's as if this Green Dragon would truly care due to the amount of effort Coles. She absolutely has the body language of someone who is morose and despondent.
It's an inner frown. I mean, if Vasilius had any insight, she'll just ping the ring. All right, yeah, okay, I see. Yeah. There's something it's I guess there's something.
The Green Dragon looks at the Black Dragon and says, presuming we're next to the portal. The Green Dragon doesn't say anything, just walks through the portal to appear on the other side.
She's just waits for a little bit for something. Usually she's not the one who takes the word.
Green Dragon says slowly, so it doesn't appear as if anything is different. The undead stone giant has not traveled here or witnessed what we have done. Certainly there is no trap waiting for us that I can perceive.
So it seems, yes. I have secured the help of the Radiant Host in Cormyr.
Very well. Do you believe we will be taking action before this winter? Or shall we wait another passing of Harptos?
I would think it would take a little time for them to amass, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's winter now. You're just asking if it's this year or next year.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, how long would it take for like the
But
host
they can be
to?
ready. It's it's not that long
Okay.
of a sailing trip.
Well, depending on how we do in our tampering, I suppose it could be this year. Hopefully, I would. It would be nice to have it done, would it not? So we could start working on what truly matters. See, it looks at the symbol for Yaffle. Hate that symbol.
She says, I do not separate this from what truly matters. This is tethered to the ritual, so it must be handled.
Indeed.
Cormier's contribution is negligible in this regard. The threat is not, nor has ever been, the undead beneath the mountains. It is within this entity that has existed for thousands of years, has bound those who assisted Yaffle with creating this ritual into his service, and who has prevented us from doing other things pertaining to this ritual.
Indeed. But someone still will have to
The
deal with his masses.
No. I mean, we will, but it is immaterial.
I am also, well, if he goes here, I doubt that he will bring his phylactery, crown, throne, whatever it is. My thought was that they could go and destroy it, while we try and hopefully deal with what comes here. I don't care to fight him twice. It will already be twice, I understand, I guess.
Yes, it will be. We have gotten stronger. I presume he
Much.
has as well. And last time, we were 3.
Yes. The Vindictive has changed.
So have we.
True.
Green Dragon sort of like peers at the various displays. Fall silent. Nemain, I do not know how much assistance I can be with this. This is all beyond my focus or expertise. It is an unnatural thing.
Yes. Well, let us then try so that we can get rid of it.
Fine.
I will do most. Though I do value your perspective. You have a different approach to, well, really everything.
Yes, well, my approaches here are not of value.
So he just like thinks back to last time when you were so coy. And she's like, oh, right, something's... Hmm.
I accomplished what was within my means through what I slew before the ancient statue. I accepted them that would be the extent of what I could interfere with. I am only here exerting this effort because you invited me to be here, so I am.
Well, I appreciate that.
We are in this together, so we must.
Indeed.
All right, let's see some rolls, right? Even though it seems like the mood of this, research period is different.
Alright. Oof. Alright, I'll do a counter.
Okay.
Oh,
Yo! See, I need that assist.
double research.
Yeah.
From 1 to 2.
This year, the Green Dragon is not conjoined at where Cicatrix's hip.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is,
This is, like, very lethargic, and basically is accepting more in the way of, like, is just gonna take direction.
Yeah.
Which, if anything, might be playing into what the Black Dragon really wants from this relationship, which might play into the paranoia of the Black Dragon. I don't
Yeah,
fucking
exactly.
know.
This is weird. Like, especially with the contrast of last year, where she was having so much fun with it because, she knew how annoying it was found and how weird it was. Like, this is, like, she tries to think, right? What could have happened? She hasn't heard a lot about the Emerald Enclave lately. Sure, it isn't giants. She can murder all them. It's just
Still
like,
reads the books with all the stuff in them that she's asked to do and just delivers it.
yeah, it's like, what is this?
Very helpful, but also
Detached.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, it's just like, yes, exactly. This would be optimal. Like, this is a dragon she would really like, unless, like, but now it's weird. Because this is not the Emmy she knows. And, like, this is a new factor, and it's not calculated into her perception, so now she has to recalculate everything. And
So the entire time the research is going on, like, the paranoia is just slowly grinding
Yeah.
in the background.
what could it
there's
be?
a bars
What could it be?
rising. Tries to glean. What could it be? I mean, really can't think of anything. Could have happened.
Next up is history, the knowledge of ancient
Yes.
peoples.
Ugh. Still get the +2, yeah? Plus.
Yeah. Groans looking at that skill bonus. Huh?
Well, now I'm spending all the talent shorts just money, Oh my god.
And look at the payoff.
Look at the payoff. That was
Very-
worth 4,000 gold.
There you go, that extra +2 there, because your previous
Yeah.
your previous roll was a 21. There we go.
Yeah.
Just enough.
You
That Green
know?
Dragon's help is really making a difference.
It freaks her out, right?
Like-
Like,
Well,
Did-
if
look
only
how
it
much
could-
we could achieve if this was emissary, though.
Look at how much we could have achieved had I told her sooner. Like,
Yeah.
she should always be like this, should she? Wait, what?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's right, but it's like, wait, but what is... Could she have done this before? Is this a tactic? Is this a
Is she
ploy?
just fucking with me?
Yeah, right? I mean, she was. I know that she kept being a human and was, like, weirdly close to me. Like,
What would
she was fucking with
emissary-
me. Was
want me to do if this was some sort of test?
Yeah. What is she fishing for? I mean, she presumably also
Overanalyzing. Really,
wants him gone.
it's actually
Yeah,
somewhat
exactly.
socially awkward, just overanalyzing this interaction completely.
Look, it is something that me as a player understands quite well.
Hmm.
Maybe not with the paranoia, but the like, I don't understand you. Anything you do.
The Green
is
Dragon's
weird.
contributions are perfunctory and convey as much information as is required and no more, which is perfect. Except,
it is. The signature should be really happy. Oh, that's not great.
Distracted.
that
Yes.
was the religion one.
Yeah.
You didn't even like let me get into make the nature one. But yeah, okay. Now we're
That's
seeing the
okay.
distraction there.
I have a philosopher's crown.
That's right, your crown of philosophy.
Yes.
For all the philosophizing you've done of late.
That's right. I can re-roll a check and use either result. I think that I'm not gonna use this result though. I think I'm
That
gonna
result
try.
is dumb.
Yeah. Stupid
Terrible.
result.
Garbage one.
There we go.
Alright. Almost.
And there we go.
Alright.
Hey.
So yeah, back
I
up
got
to
6 research.
We
Yeah.
had
That's
6 again.
a lot.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, what do we wanna do?
Do you have a discount
Yeah.
for Death King's rituals?
Let's see. Do we want to trend? Well, we already know this one, I guess. But if we
I
translate
don't-
it, we can change it.
I don't like it's not relevant, right? Like it's
Okay,
not relevant until after
He did.
until after. We don't like there's no runes above the incomplete one, so that's irrelevant. I think that if the research is going to be used, then it's used to do the alterations we can do.
Yeah.
In the case of translation 18, I would go ahead and say just make the race non-functional. Just like if he tries to, if he's here trying to scoop souls out, they just don't respond.
Yeah. I think so.
And hopefully he doesn't discover that until he tries to do that. And waste time trying to do that.
Yeah.
Because I'm not about to say he does it, but they're uncontrolled, considering how fucking powerful and ancient he is. Like command
also,
undead or something. I don't fucking know.
Or like, oh hey, yeah, mind. Well, I guess they don't have minds. Or even better, oh, I'll roll randomly on a D8. No, thank you.
So now that ritual will simply have the effect of when he's in the ritual plane, it will not allow him to create wraiths from the source soul within, even if he could.
That's
without
right.
it.
We do that little V and then we write not above it.
That's basically it.
Yeah.
Essentially, the edits are basically like small little things you can tweak some magical.
Yeah.
We'll shift.
Translation 16, you didn't we weren't told of any edits that we can do at that. So it's not as if we can derail that. We just don't know what the hell's gonna happen.
Yeah. Clearly some sort of backup. Right.
We can't shut it off.
No, you believe the only way to shut it off, and this is where these little lines come in actually. You could probably shut them off by shutting off the outer ones first and shutting downwards towards them.
So it would have to be all these?
Yeah.
These two?
This concept of power works weird. Those should automatically deactivate. How do you not understand electricity, Favorite?
You just can't access them. They're layered.
Okay, so it's not enough to change this if you want to deactivate this?
No, you'd have to actually begin deleting stuff.
which, as Manikai explained when he initially like
Ugh.
unveiled this to you, like it has to go from the top down due to how
Yeah.
it's like layered.
Hmm.
And there are a number of things on top that connect to each other.
Quite a few. But
Hmm.
Yeah. Then that takes us to Translation 17, which allows Kong to sustain and command undead by drawing the power to do so through the primary portal, the Yamaskara. And the edit for that was basically to turn that off, do not allow him.
you
Right.
can, you can do not allow him. You can simply reduce the amount if you wanted to. He has it to maximum at the moment. Or you could redirect the power source to a different portal. Basically, just he uses it to command undead. Someone else could use it for something else if they had some golden light they needed a bunch of power for.
Okay. Allows Versicatrix to sustain and command undead by drawing the power to do so through that portal instead of that portal.
Yeah, that's right. I'll get those undead goddamn mages in here. No. Hmm.
But yeah, you could.
The thing, like,
You could
I
just shut
mean,
it off.
yes, I want power, but I don't know. Like, this is not usable.
It's more like to power a ritual, like a magical effect that you want to have continuously applied. So yeah, to you it's not S. You don't need to summon undead all the time.
Well, I mean, if it can be applied to other things, then
You find a ritual, like a ward or something, you could make that indefinite.
exactly. I'm thinking about like there's surely to be some like
But
smash undead ritual, right? Like,
sort of warding ground or something.
yeah, put that in here, so that when he comes, he gets smacked in the face.
Well, this ritual specifically redirects power outside of this.
Oh, okay.
But you could just shut it off, and then if you find a use for it in the future,
Turn it back on. Yeah. All right.
This is the one that is directly useful to him, and probably is the one he would begin noticing.
Right. I mean, this one, if we turn it off, he would not like.
You don't really know that one.
No, but we think that it's what kept us from destroying the tablets, right?
I don't think. But
It's
Yeah,
the
that
one
happened.
that reacted.
Right.
if you want to identify it, you can, because you know one of the runes there, target.
Well, we can't delete it without knowing, right?
Like, I'm not concerned about it, but if you want to make like a more informed choice, then do it.
No, it's that we can't modify it without knowing what it is, right? If we want to like go down and destroy these ones.
True.
Yeah, it has to be identified before it could be like unraveled.
Yeah.
So is that what you want to do?
Yeah, I think so.
Only cost one.
Yeah. Also, like.
Right.
He should not have an Alpha Factory. That's not okay.
Go. But a dragon specifically tries to remove or damage a ritual component, destroy it. That being the dragon.
Well, that's rude. Also, which one of these? Oh, we don't know that. Oh, target. Yes, okay. I was gonna say, which one of these is a dragon? No, okay, this is target. Yes. Alright. Well, I feel like we can delete that without him knowing, certainly.
Crap.
Yes, how could it be edited when when a
Yeah.
when a stone giant specifically tries to
You know, unsurprisingly, as you guessed it, the opportunity here would be to turn the target into something else. So when X tries to remove or damage original component, destroy it.
Do you want to put the Death King in there?
But the problem is that that doesn't actually assist us because,
Yeah, we
like,
still have to tear down.
well, yes, if you want to take that approach, but also like his
Yeah.
approach would be to probably to try and edit the things more. Though I
Yeah.
guess he could also, like, if he was desperate, just say fuck it and like. But even then, like, even say if he smashed the ritual focus, like, everything would just continue on as it was.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then again, like, he might want that to be true. No, he
I
will
was
not
gonna
make
say,
any adjustments.
if he comes out of this alive, right?
Well, he like fuck, he get like destroyed during combat.
Right? Like that would be he's like, oh man, they've been tampering with this shit before. Like they delete more stuff.
Well, before I
I can
respawn from
save
my
it.
phylactery, fuck
Yeah,
this.
I can save it as it is now by destroying it, right?
If need be, I'll just rebuild the fucking ritual focus. I'll wait until the next aberration time.
Yeah. That would be okay with me. That's a long time.
That's like
Only 60 years? Shit. Well, I'll be a god, hopefully, by then.
75, 80.
Focus. We're thinking from the perspective of the undead stone giant, who is
Yes.
trying to like, yeah, focus. Not fantasizing about god power.
Yeah, what do we want to do? I think it makes, like, again, if we don't want him to be rebirthed in here, and it's sure, we don't know if it'll work. But what if it does?
Well, most importantly, well, we don't know what's going to happen. We can assume that it will have a tug upon our, like, us.
Yeah.
And so that might suck if, as soon as like he's destroyed in here, whatever happens in the rebuilding process, we nearly collapse from the curse.
Yeah, I imagine that. Then he comes up like, oh, hey. Oh, great. Cool.
So, all right, just
Yeah.
delete it then.
Yeah, all three, I guess.
Start with one, go from there.
Yeah, the top one, then, I suppose.
All right, you want to begin dismantling. Now you do have the ability to modify them because you have translation 15 over here, allowing you to act as if you were. Yeah. With what you know, with what you've done.
Yes, it would be unfortunate if, in trying to remove Translation 19, you could not act as anything other than a dragon. So Translation
Yeah.
19 stops you.
You're right. Oh, hey.
See, look at that. Tried to fucking, too clever.
Yeah, and you simply want to dismantle it.
Yes, this one.
Yeah, has a power of 2. So research, and then it'll be gone.
Even if it's a Death King one, I suppose? Yeah.
Like draw some big X on it. The clearest way.
You could also just like go to the object or background layer. I don't know whether it's like a separate object or just like drag it into the abyss.
Yeah.
Make it hidden or something. Yeah.
Empty.
Poof.
You have removed that effect.
Well,
There was no point in us editing 18 though. That was just wasted research if we're just gonna dismantle the thing. Harry.
yeah, you're right.
But
Well, I
Like-
wasn't aware of that before.
sure. But 16 is still like what's most important to you, so I'm gonna have to like we'll have to wait until next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Well, I mean, we don't have resources enough to delete them all, so...
Green Dragon rolls her bulk. Says, what's one more year? It's not like anything. And she, like, looks at the Black Dragon and says, as I said last year, you're the one who's on the timer.
Yes.
You let me know when we're good to go.
I will.
Great. Well, as much as I've enjoyed our 10 days together, we can spend them apart. Until then.
Yeah.
Proof.
That is it. I mean, these... 66 is befuddled. This is a weird green dragon. Still. She did say that we have all changed, I suppose. That is true. That's very quick change. It usually doesn't go that quick. She wonders, could it be something with Veleknif and that other dragon? Tall, what his name was.
The Green Dragon glides upon the thermals from Westgate, back to the Gulthandor region, and then south of it, into the area east and southeast of Naflan.
What is she doing there?
It's a combination of pass the time hunting and eating the local wildlife, and spending time in like despondent contemplation, and clawing into the earth, or writing down upon something that there were four.
Hmm.
Aww.
Yeah.
Yep, that's what she's doing.
Yeah. It is a fact that the world will begin being not just to her. Only lost. Of course, writing things down helps. Yeah. Well, she's been here for quite a while at this point.
Yep, from fall to winter, and now like with the 10 days that she spent with Versicatrix, like in and out, like comes back down here again.
Yeah, and I think the one to disturb her solitude, I suppose. Might be simply that she returns to one of the, like, it's like a cave or something. She's like,
No, I don't think so. She doesn't like have like any fear or concern over like the elements.
Yeah.
Like anything that would try to attack her on open ground or like ambush her or strike at her just seems utterly like, well, you asked for it.
I mean, more like that she writes things down.
Yeah, I suppose. No, it's not even that. It's like upon like the very earth itself,
Right.
or like upon like things that like keepsakes that she's keeping within like the portable hole. Like a bit of like questioning of her memory, like in general, like wondering whether the aberrations have done something to her, and so like she's starting to take down the idea of like writing down everything as she remembers it from her first moments with Basarek.
Memoir.
That's right. That she has to store her memories there because she's out of slots for her to put her memories.
Yeah. 100 years pass. What bad timing.
You've lost your job. No
You
shit.
did. You did. This happened while you forgot time. Oh well. Now we can cut to Martine standing and looking at like one of the like writings on the earth.
Like the draconic script, like just etched through with like her incredibly sharp claws.
Mm-hmm. It probably. How do you think it would come across? Would it be like, is it frantic? Is it desperate? Is it? Because I'm
It's not
thinking it's
frantic.
almost like someone writing on their walls or something.
It's not frantic or desperate. It's just like it's her like exerting like her force of will over the situation. It's to pull like very restricted dragon compulsion. Her will becomes reality, and here she is exerting will upon the earth itself to remember. Not just her mind, but like the very fabric of Toril.
Yeah. He will look at it. He will obviously not get the context. But he is very observant. Obviously, you can see that something's wrong, right? And the winds have told him that this has been going on for a while. It's acted. He acts slowly. He contemplates. Doesn't. And I think in this at this time, she notices him being here, right? Even though he doesn't make a noise to make his presence known.
Sure. She's in human form, sitting down with basically like a bound journal of delicious like Novacree paper that she's decided to like take like all these pages, like trying to write down in draconic script, like her memories of her time with Basarek, the Twisted Marrow, as she now can no longer rely on what what was in her head. Maybe the Illithid god has snatched something from her, or all of her contact with the Mind Flayers has damaged her in some way.
Does she react when she notices that he's
No.
around?
I mean, she could put on her front, but that sounds like it would take effort. Why care?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He listens to like the trees and the wind. He's been doing that for a long time. It's irrelevant.
I think there would be the usual long pause before he asks. I have not seen you like this. You've lost something. He looks at the carving.
What has been within my mind has seemingly threatened to leave my mind, and so I am forcing it to remain in my mind. She says without looking up.
He nods. Being an elf, also shares the long life. Many events happen. I don't think he really understands the feeling of sort of something antagonistically almost removing your ability to think of something. Perhaps you might tell me. Then, whatever it is that's happening should succeed. I can remind you.
Unless everything I wanted to say has been removed from my mind without my knowledge. She stops writing. That's a puzzled frown, but she's already considered that possibility before. She goes back to writing.
I do not know what the enemy, with a big V here, is capable of. But your mind is impenetrable. I cannot imagine an attack that you.
Neither could I. Neither did I. In Bassarek's care, I was with 3 other dragons. One of them, whom I suspected to die some years back, had been corrupted by a spellscar, and had been long separated from me, or my ability to influence or affect in any capacity. At this point, I do not know whether he is dead or has done some eldritch dragon. That wouldn't be what you'd say. Some eldritch purple affiliated thing to secret himself, or whether this is he has been found and devoured by the spellscar he continued to bear, or whether this is some attack upon me. But I will not forget his will.
He nods. In his past time, he was certainly never great. At anything but languishing, I suppose. But grown a lot since then.
That alone would be enough to do this to me. And yet I know myself well enough, or I believe I know myself well enough, to know I am delaying a decision. I have delayed many decisions. A ghost of a smile appears on her face as she looks up at Martaine and says, "Some of them I'm still delaying." And she looks back down at what she's writing.
Here, Martaine has known Emissary as a creature of action.
This, however, has challenged who I am and who I have been. And so when it colludes with fading memory, I have been struck down. Her words are a bit disjointed. They're kind of strung together a little loosely.
Yeah, I mean, he again, his responses are slow and such, which is normal for him. But this time it's also because he hasn't seen the dragon like this. This impenetrable, impossibly powerful creature is acting like a person in some way.
You take that back. I am a dragon.
A person. A human.
You've gone too far.
A human.
And elves can be very morose. It
sure can be.
He'll Some have called me wise, not knowing where I came from, but all the same, Sylvanas has seen much. What is it that you're struggling with?
I initially thought I would do whatever it took for my freedom. And then I recognized there were some things I was unwilling to do. Veristrix took upon himself a spellscar to find an avenue. The entity known as Cindermoon aligned herself with Shar because it was an avenue. I have been forced to reckon with that there are some things I am unwilling to do in exchange for my freedom. In addition, I thought that so long as I could have my freedom, I would do whatever I could, anything I could, to win the freedom of those I woke up beside with Basarak. It is an attachment I have at times found invigorating, and at times I have found weak and groveling and unbefitting of a dragon. And yet, I confess, it has been there. There have been times when that has been challenged. There has never been a time stronger than this, where I am struggling to reconcile with my feelings towards those I have fought alongside from the beginning. To slay one would be to wound myself. To attempt to imprison him again would be so grievous a wound. For how could I further bind that freedom that he seeks, freedom that I wished for him to find? But what does it say that I would assist him, or that I would do nothing? Is it truly freedom he would have? It is something that he has wanted and yearned for and fought for, and I believe it is so. But is it something I can let him have? I do not know. I have wounded him before with the actions I have taken. And yet I was so fearful for his life. So fearful. Now he is alien to me. He has always been estranged, but now he is anathema. I cannot reconcile who I am now and what he is now.
Not it's all been spoken in, hypotheticals, but he listens. And in his position, he very much understands the idea that there are some goals between two people that are just incompatible. Person wants to bring shine to the world, the other person wants to remove her. And they're not really, you can't sort of compromise on that, really. One or the other. Yeah.
I cannot take away what he wants without wounding myself. And I am asking myself whether it is wounding myself, whether that is worth it. And in so doing, wound us all. I have not yet come to a decision. I am uncertain whether I will.
Like attempt at a smile. Sylvanus teaches us to contemplate, that in contemplation of things there's great value. Yourself has set the action. Aggressively defending nature, the natural world is the right way. That the world should not meekly accept what others would do to it. Fight.
This is a fight in which I do not know my position.
Would you not bring this person? Inform them of your dilemma or your loyalties. Perhaps they will understand, or perhaps not. Their reaction might help you decide.
I attempted many times over the years he and I were together, which are many, to reason, plead, entreat with him. There are times my words found purchase. There are many more they did not. It is unmistakable to me that Valignith, avatar of Tiamat, would find he would be more unreasonable, not less.
Oh, I think at that word, I think he, I mean, even he grimaces.
Right.
That's not a deity.
Trees didn't tell you that, huh, asshole?
No, there's a, it's a far away situation here. But no, that is
Yep.
that's a tough one to yeah. I think he just I think he will go and find a good rock and sit down. Because now he has to think.
Like, just drags the rock over.
Yeah, like sits down next to.
She says,
All right.
"We are both alive because of each other, not just because we are bound to the ritual, but by the actions we have taken in value for one another." And I have told him, when he asked whether I would be there, I said I would. Could I deceive him once more? And the sort of like human form just like grits like her teeth, just fumes with the answers that she has not been able to find, and this entire time.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah,
But
you like your friend, your family member has become the avatar of Tiamat. Of
yes,
strife, discord, destruction, and vengeance, greed, pride. It's sort of
yes, it was his outlet to finding an avenue for freedom from what Yaffle and Hell did to us. He always told me, though, that it wasn't so much a choice as he and Tiamat just agreed on everything. He desires draconic rule, but the destruction and chaos has been a part of him as well. And she pauses, uh, but again, in the sense of it would take too much effort to disguise things. And when he told me that, it was she sort of pauses and says, "Let me rephrase that. There was a time I thought enlisting the Dark Lady and perhaps sacrificing something of value to her, something like Nobanian, something like yourself, would have won me my freedom. I imagine he feels firmly the same, and wishing to bring Tiamat right here, right now, to this world." She looks back out from the journal again at Martine sitting on a rock.
uh, you know, perhaps this is one of the first times she makes this Gildenfire's advice. That guy had a sturdy moral compass. Uh, your freedom. That is not what this appears to be about. If indeed someone he would attempt to bring any deity to Material Realm, I would not imagine the Emerald Enclave would allow such a thing. It would be devastating.
Jacinta is some distance. And what he has built there, my understanding, is very mighty indeed. Though the Enclave has taken much upon itself, and does intend to do more. For me to kill him would be to kill myself.
And yet, to thwart him without striking him would be.
I cannot thwart him without fighting him.
Yeah.
To imprison him, as I threatened to do before, when we were much younger and he was unruly. Though I never threatened him again, when he actually had been imprisoned. I am uncertain whether I could.
there is one place, and he sort of pauses because Montaigne has a thought that, but he's not sure he should. I might have insight, to some degree, but this is a situation where it seems there is no good answer. But there is one place at least where someone, him, could be contained. Not dead, not free to do as he pleases.
To imprison him, as his goddess has been. To chain him, as we are currently bound, to Yaffle and to Hell.
Yeah. Montaigne nods.
I cannot. There was a time where I would have acted in this decisively, vigorously, and assisted him fully, as he has assisted myself, for he and I are bound together. I am frustrated that I am hesitating thus, and I have not identified why I am hesitant. It is good that he is not yet ready with his ritual, for I have not made up my mind. And at point she pauses. She looks around awkwardly. She closes the book, and she says flatly, "Only in destruction is the truth revealed."
And will slowly stand up. Only he knows what's going on. Not sure.
Human form sets down the journal into the nearby portable hole, stands up, like the bone shifting awkwardly, though not transforming back into a dragon yet, and says, "I cannot imprison him, because it would be the wrong choice, both for myself and for him. He was always one for commitment, a full-throated dedication. I have given my word, one that I may retract. Perhaps he should contact me, because being there would force me to make up my mind." She hesitates, and says, "Besides, I may fail to assist him in downing what he wishes to sacrifice for the ritual anyway, And then, she pauses as if, she's actually remembering, the details. Some dragon-slaying Mulhorandi demigod that previously fought Tiamat and has returned back to this world and is currently fighting Tymanther?" She blinks rapidly and says, "What if I help Tymanther?" what if he can't do the ritual because he wants to wait until Time Manther is dealt with? But Time Manther is never dealt with, so he keeps hesitating to do the ritual. And then by the time he wants to do the ritual, the situation with Yaffle must be resolved immediately. And should we live, then my ties to him are broken, because I will be free.
Probably not. It seems like she's getting to a conclusion, though. His knowledge of like geography isn't stellar. So
Yeah, so I need to find a way to assist these outsiders from Time Manther who despise and loathe all dragonkind and wish to bring about an end of every single dragon. Assist them in their survival against these returned individuals, so that I do not need to assist Valignith in dispatching this demigod to sacrifice to Tiamat to use as a catalyst for a ritual to bring Tiamat to this plane. An uncommon thing, she snaps her human fingers. Yeah.
I think Matane doesn't exactly know what's going on here. Again, he knows a lot about geography, about land formations, but like geopolitical history, it's not his.
It's not this character's strong suit either.
But yeah, I think he'll smile because it's like this is much more what he knows, right? She's coming up with an actionable way to do something impossible, and somehow, might pull it off.
I just need to find a way somehow to aid the dragon-despising individuals over to the east, despite the distance and constraints.
I don't know much about that region. I know it's the place that used to house the Imeskari Empire. There was a visitor a long time ago, Silvery Moon, a traveling member of that empire from that region. They had resurfaced. And now they also are engaged by this returned enemy. I meant that I know little.
The human form just rapidly shakes her head. Says, well, I have no idea how I'm going to help them. Can't go myself. They would want to slay me. Then I would have to slay them. I cannot send anyone from the Enclave. They are slowly gathering to resolve the undead stone giant and the hordes beneath the mountains. Just can't send adventurers. She rubs her chin, I'm paying them too much to be here. Well, I will pay them. She says, what if I spoke with the demigod and told him it was a trap? Would he care? Would it matter?
Again, Matane. He feels like he's helping, but he also feels outclassed. The demigod returned from a different world. has some idea that that land has been moved around, but
Then, she slowly runs out of steam and says, "Well, Valignith could have been lying to me this entire time. He's never been one for it before, but he's changed. We all did. All four of us." She slowly begins to sit back down. The innervation creeping back in and says, "And I don't know how I would influence things. It's not as if I want to save those dragonborn fools who wish to slay all dragons."
seeing her sit down, he'll try to interject. Right? He wants to keep the thought process going here. Perhaps you could send. And he sort of thinks for the name Novacree. Galadriel.
He's half dragon.
Oh, but not to Tymethyl, to the other ones. To the returned Imeskari. If they too are fighting the same enemy as Tymethyl, then strengthening them would enable them to fight harder, which would weaken the common enemy, which would help Tymethyl having to fight less.
She tilts her head. Novacree does have a way with words, but he is an ample representative of me so long as I am around. Still, perhaps the Fae won't find him on his travels. It's something. I could say something was attempted.
That or just says, he wouldn't really be able to go there. One, it's very far away. Two, the whole region is inflicted by the magical remnants of what happened there, of multiple gods walking the earth, the exact sort of thing that you sort of want to try to avoid generally.
Mm-hmm.
It tore the whole place up. Yeah, not to himself. They are mages, but understand that they have not returned to their old ways. Disallowed slavery. They tried to talk Silvery Moon into aiding them when they returned. I think they have had precious few allies. They might be welcome. Certainly these days, of whatever they can get.
Says, Green Dragon's eyes slit around a bit as she's contemplating things. Then, the human head rotates to glare at Martang and says, "You are just doing this so as to prevent the interference from Tiamat upon this world. An ideal preservation of nature, this egregious magical ritual that would violate the laws of this universe. Knowing what you know so fully, why do you not attempt to slay me when I am in this state? For to defeat me would be to defeat Valignith, and thus prevent his ritual to Tiamat."
I think he's taken it back a little bit.
Because I am weak here in my contemplations and musings. Why have you not struck in defense of this world?
hesitates. It'll take him to compose himself. Perhaps I should. But I admit it did not cross my mind. Perhaps I don't truly believe that this is possible. Perhaps I can't really contemplate what such a ritual would look like, or what it would do, or that it would be possible for it to succeed without intervention. I'm doing this, referring to this that Missouri spoke of, because you have taught me that indecisiveness is that things rarely turn out for the better if we simply let them. That doing something is better than not doing something. It's a lesson that I learned, and I think I am certainly better off for it. Perhaps it's pretentious of me to state it back. Try to have some sort of try to write some sort of clarity.
The human form takes a couple steps towards Martaine, which, looks weird considering that the weight of like a dragon's behind it.
Yeah.
Like a fist like clenches, though it's not like raised. It says, yes, action, decisiveness, viciousness, cruelty. Those are things I sought to interject, to bring, not just to you, but through you, to the god you serve, from the indecisiveness I've seen from Sylvanas' representatives throughout my life. But the actions I could take may not favor you or this world, but instead my need to be free, and my desire to aid those I grew up alongside. You seek to prompt me to action, but what if I make the choice you don't want? What if I... She says, I haven't made up my mind yet about what I wanted to do with this life. There's always been within me the potential to make a choice that doesn't serve your interests. And yet in the time you've grown powerful, more powerful, in the time you've had to contemplate and ponder, not once did you consider striking me down?
When it became even a remote possibility that I could, I no longer had any desire to. I am here, rather than in some elven theater at home, because of what I picked up from you. And your choices, though I'm sure you've been have my mind consistently made nature a greater force in the world.
And that I have done these things first and foremost for me is irrelevant in this broader span of nature.
I suppose it's only natural.
There's a bark, like a laugh that promptly gets twisted as like her body twists out of its human flesh to that of the dragon. Laugh, which is twisted into a rumble. I will inform the Brass Prince, as he styles himself. Perhaps your interaction here has bought the world some reprieve from the predations and machinations of Tiamat. Or perhaps it will not be enough. We shall find out. And with that, she springs into the air, taking flight. The portable hole left behind, actually.
As she leaves, right? We can see a camera view from behind Martain as he's like, his you know, his hand is in a fist as he's like holding it tight, sort of. Even a chosen of Sylvanas is intimidated by her power and ferocity. It's something he admires, but also it's beyond dragon fear.
All right. We'll end the session with me actually like the word to Nova Crate being stealth is of first and foremost, but you are to travel eastward with the intention of derailing Velignus' plan to bring Tiamat to this material plane by informing those who are there, those who are in the know and can make choices, those who do not utterly despise and loathe dragons, that this plan is in existence to sacrifice this dragon-slaying demigod once he has weakened himself by crushing Timanther.
Yeah. Yeah. That will be Nova's job. You know what? Nova Crate has gotten good at stealth lately.
I bet so.
Man, what's his alternative, right?
To be found by the Archfey.
Yeah, exactly. He's gonna be. I mean, I'm sure there's some enhancing rituals. He just layers all the shadow ritual, cloak, concealment, invisibility.
Oh, this my cold iron plate armor.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
My Fadebane amulet.
There's a thin layer of brass about like outside it. It's not easy.
And then I have to go back to grab my portable hole again. God forbid some fucking commoner fall down that and like.
What are the adventures? Oh.
Oh no! Like you fall and that you break your fucking neck. Bunch of sharp, jagged objects in there. Like, oh god.
Yeah.
Found, why does it smell so? Oh, dead body in there. Snack.
Yeah.
That was very good, you guys. Like that was very good. It hurt a little bit. It hurt me a little bit. Hurt me, and I didn't know the purple dragon.
A dilemma.
Yeah. No, but also just like the whole idea of like the of this being not only it's like, oh yeah, maybe they're dead. It's like, oh, they're not existing. Like they're being removed from
Fading.
like
The universe.
man.
If they were a story, it have to actively be remembered.
Yeah. Yeah, a story that is not remembered even.
Not real.
Yeah.
Made up.
Rough.
Yeah.
Next session will begin where I go to Basarek. Like we begin like asking the Bone Devil whether it remembers there being 4 dragons.
shaking him.
Surely.
Tell me.
Yeah.
I mean, he would be able to see in his contract. Surely.
Yeah, well, that's the question, isn't it?
Yeah, but then again, if you're unmade in like present and past, then it's just like a blur.
Yeah. All right. Well, next time we're dealing with a bit more unraveling, and perhaps even the other events of the year. That the year might go faster. Be aiming to do a little more research, and then maybe we'll be going to kick the shins of a stone giant.
That's right. Tell him that he hasn't paid his taxes lately.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
We'll
right.
accept it in phylacteries.
You have a lot of rent due, you know.
Don't say that. Oh boy.
We accept payment in dragon bodies. Wait, what?
All right. Sure.
Yeah, Gregaro's like, all right. I mean, I like the idea of Relictus being like, I'll send someone like, now that they know the dragon ritual. Which, I mean, I wasn't gonna convert one of his dragons to a battery. That
He
just
doesn't
seems
like it.
rude.
He doesn't like it.
Well, okay. That's...
Yeah, we motivated Cormier to go against the Death King. That's done.
That's right. I had to have a very stern talk with Velignif about it,
Yeah,
but
it's rough.
for them, I pulled it through. That's what I bring to the table.
Yes, your stern conversations you have with others.
Hey, Rita doesn't know that. Basically went to a brass dragon like, hey, is this okay? And he's like, yeah, sure. I'm like, yeah.
What? Who?
All right.
And you're like, good.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's what I hoped. Here's a new book.
When nature is consumed by Tiamat's emergence into this world in like 4 sessions, I want nature to know that they could have stopped this right here.
This is the thing. The more, like, me as a player is like, oh god, this is a horrible idea. But also, how often do you get the chance to summon a Tiamat? But also,
I mean,
How often do you get the
probably
chance?
not a lot of campaigns in the future. We'll have that specific-
but then the other part of me is like, man, I've just built up this final company. I've finally accepted that, alright, I have to step forward and lead these people because they're lost without me. Imagine if just a giant 5-headed dragon comes and tumbles it all over like a tower of bricks.
No, like, so, Velignith wants all dragons to prosper. It
Yes,
does
that's
not
what
actively desire
If
to.
once.
Dragons
Well,
ruling
Velignith
everywhere.
is the mouthpiece of Tiamat. So Tiamat
Yeah.
wants all dragons to prosper.
Yeah.
The
I
Connic
think they have
Corporation-
different approaches.
The Connic Corporation, for most dragons, is a very new thing. But
Yep.
the dragons have been coming together around to, like, be more than just one. That's
And we
crazy.
can do that because we're not consumed by draconic rage. Because of a
And-
Kingkiller comet.
And these dragons have been doing it for longer than most. For them to be at, for Relictus to be at the head of that beginning sort of trend, I have to expect it.
It's a new 5-headed face for Tiamat. She has great PR.
A war has more than just two people fighting over some loot. Has nations, engines, all the.
Yeah, that's a whole mess. I liked it better when we just shipped him away. I think it's also the thing is like what Emissary chooses will like Because Cicatrix is not married to. Again, she was not like, oh yeah, great, awesome. She was like, yeah, all right, I guess if we're doing that, that's all right. But also, to her mind, Amy is the only one who is surely left here and who is helping. The others are doing their own thing, but we are too, and we're still doing stuff with the ritual. So, they're second rank in the usefulness and friendship. Friendship, very important. Because they're not here. They're not. They're not doing anything actively. And Telvaxus, she doesn't know. Like, he is. To her mind, it's like, yeah, okay, some like the other person, I guess. Like, she's fine if he wants to do his thing, whatever that is. Yeah. I love the idea of just being like, what if I could make it so that I don't have to make a choice? I'm like, That's really good.
It's a hard choice though. Otherwise, I mean,
It shouldn't be a hard choice, though.
no,
Set the
but
world on fire.
but it, I'm thinking about it while we were talking. It's like, damn, really is. It's also hard because it's pivotal. Yeah. Things to consider, or maybe getting the chance to avoid consider.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Also, yeah, I don't know. It's really interesting also because there is that like tie-in with Belignif and Emi, right? Like, it really makes it like, even without that, it's a bit like, what do I? But that just makes it so much harder. But I still don't believe in Tiamat trickle down power. I don't.
No.
Nothing's gonna trickle down. That's.
You see a lot of happy, well living
Tiamat cultists.
full of the dragon people, right? Who got what they really
want it. Yeah.
Follow your instincts. Take action. What if my action brings death and ruin upon this world? Are you sure? It won't be death and ruin for me.
I like the whole like talk or like that Emi got to have with Mortain, because I was like, oh man, feels real shitty, but like Cicatrix cannot do anything. Like, this is not her. Oh, the other dragon is feeling bad. Okay. What is? She has no skills or even like that. That is not.
Yeah, Cicatrix is
Guess I'll leave her be. Yeah,
typical chromatic dragon.
Yeah.
Who grew up in a way that is, consistent with making that happen.
Yes.
Bullied and beaten and.
Like. Yeah,
My character did not have that life.
No.
She's always been, I feel like, a little bit alone in being the most social one. So, for the most part, always been.
Social and manipulative, yes, but not domineering, as Tilraxos would have been with his armies and his empires and his caravans and his coffers.
All very controlled and micromanaged. And they're not people; they're instruments.
Yes. tools.
Assets.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this was a good session. I need to go to bed though. And
Yes.
have more cleaning of my new apartment to do tomorrow.
Yes. Let us know so that we can let prospective viewers know about when we may or may not be playing in the upcoming weeks.
Yes, I will contemplate during the week, and then honestly, I think we'll do it next week. We'll play, and then maybe after that. But I'll let you know.
All right, that's right, viewers. Manikai has an upcoming full slate of activity, and so our upcoming sessions may suffer. We'll just have to stew on these things more.
More stew, future. That's the premise.
All right. Next week, perhaps consequences, perhaps some confrontations. We don't know, viewers.
Yeah.
Kick some shins, as Manikai noted. We'll see you then.
Bye.
Bye.